Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, August 14th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, and you're joining me tonight for a playthrough of Vantage, the much-hyped adventure exploration game. Let me check in with the chat and see how everyone's doing today. YouTube says 8 concurrent viewers. Lauren is here, Melissa, Jonathan, Theo. All right, let's do a little bookkeeping first before we get started here. On Sunday at 1 p.m. we'll be doing our second installment of a new Dear Holmes case. You still have time to watch last week's 1-hour session if you want to join me on Sunday for letter number 2. It is an interesting case. And then on Sunday evening at 11 p.m., we're going to do something a little unusual. We're going to play a New York noir case written by one of the viewers of this channel, Anna. It's the first of our 3-part trilogy, sort of an experimental case. So it would be great to have people there and give Anna some feedback. Anything else we want to talk about before we get started here? Has anyone seen Weapons yet? I am really interested. I'm surprised that I haven't seen it yet. It's a very strange horror movie by the same director that did Barbarian, which I loved. I am very curious about it. It looks very strange. Let me talk a little bit about Vantage for a moment here. So Vantage may be the most hyped game of this year, of 2025. It's just been released, but it had Jamie Stegmaier, who does Stonemaier Games, which is the company that produces this, is very skilled at what he does. He designs games, he produces games by other designers. He's got his own YouTube channel where he talks about game design issues. And he's just very good at all of the things he does. And one of them, a big principal one, is marketing. And Vantage has been marketed very well. Early review copies went out, and then all the reviews hit at the same time. And tons of people are saying how this is the most amazing game in the world, etc. I tend to have a negative reaction to those things, whether well-founded or not, so I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical for a number of reasons, though. I'm skeptical because of some of my past history with the Stonemaier games, which is sort of hit and miss. I was a big fan of Wingspan, but not such a big fan of Charterstone, which was an ambitious legacy competitive game, and some other games just were hit and miss for me. Now, Vantage is billed as an adventure game, an adventure exploration game, and you can see it's almost all cards, a huge number of cards, over 1,000 cards. And the inspiration for Vantage was clearly front and foremost 7th Continent, 7th Citadel. Now, I have played through, Jonathan Warner's here in the chat as well, we have played through hundreds of hours of 7th Continent and 7th Citadel, and it's an amazing game, both games, 7th Continent and 7th Citadel. An amazing experience, a real feeling of exploring a strange world. But a good amount of combat in that game as well, and big, giant, long campaigns. And in my reviews of 7th Citadel and my discussions of it, I've talked about how the least favorite part for me are these elaborate, prolonged combat encounters. Really, I'm there for the exploration and the adventure. So in many ways, Vantage should be the sweet spot for me. It looks like it's focused on the exploration adventure part, and less on sort of grindy, prolonged combat. Everything is very streamlined and quick here. But there are reasons for me to be skeptical as well. Two main ones. The first one is how much it's dice-based. A lot of this game is rolling dice and placing dice. And over the years, I've become more and more averse to dice rolling in games. I just don't love that mechanic for whatever reason, even though there's mitigation and all that stuff. For some reason, it just increasingly rubs me the wrong way. So there's that. That's a concern of mine. But another concern of mine is the standalone gameplay here rather than a long campaign. It's one of the chief selling points of Vantage is that it's not a campaign game. We're living in the age of Kickstarters and long campaign games where you play 100 hours to finish the story, and who has time to play all these? Well, Vantage has taken the completely opposite approach. It says this is a game that's super easy to set up, get on the table, play it, you're done, and that mission's over. You don't continue it the next time you play. Short game, maybe an hour long or less, and that's it, you're done. And then you play again and again, and each time you play, you'll discover a little different part of this world. So it's an interesting little trade-off. You get a world that is laid out in the same way, a big giant world, but you only explore a piece of it at a time. A little bit similar to how Seven Citadel has a big giant world, and each campaign and scenario is localized a little bit. But this is a much more of an open world, uncontrolled campaign. There's not a big single story that you're following. You're not upgrading characters. And I'm a little skeptical of that. It's sort of, I can see why a lot of people want that. I don't really want that. I want a long, involved campaign. I'm a little skeptical of that. And I'm a little skeptical of the storybook snippets seem so short. And it reminds me a little bit of why Ryan Laukatz's games, particularly his earlier games like Above and Below, weren't quite satisfying because the little narrative paragraphs were so short. And to me, it felt a little bit like a snack and a little bit unsatisfying. So, but the reviews are coming in mostly glowing. So I am very curious to try this. It's possible we're going to love it. It's possible that this is exactly what I want, but it's also possible that it doesn't, it sort of stays in the snack category. Very curious. I would say, in fact, that whenever I play board games now, it's a certain percentage is to play the game and enjoy it, and a certain percentage is just to look at the game mechanics. When I play a competitive game, it's like 90% I'm curious about the game design, the mechanics, and 10% to have fun. And then the other games fall in that range. The best a game ever is like 80% I'm playing for fun and 20% for game design mechanics to look at. So right now, I'm fine with whether we love the game or don't. I'm very curious about it. Now, you'll excuse me for talking so much before we get started. I think there are a ton of gameplays of Vantage on the internet, just like huge amounts. So you can watch all your favorite YouTubers play Vantage and talk about how much they like it. So you don't need this video. This is a video for people who like hanging out with me and want to hear me talk about this stuff. So I'm not going to feel bad about talking a lot about it before we get in. And probably as we play, we'll spend a little bit of time talking about the mechanics. And then, of course, at the end of this session, I'll talk a little bit about my thoughts about the game and how it compares to Seven Citadel and Heredity, which was another card-based game that we played on the channel. And I'm glad to see in the chat that we've got some people who have joined me for Seven Citadel and Heredity, and I'm curious what your thoughts are as well. All right. So what we're going to do today is we are going to, I have obviously read the rules ahead of time, but we're going to scan through the rules together, look at them, and we'll sort of learn to play as we go. If we like the game, there'll be more sessions. We can play through this game we can play through multiple scenarios of this. If we don't, well, that's all right too. All right, I can see that the video is a little jumpy, but it looks like it's going through on YouTube fine. Oh, let me check in on the chat a little bit more before I get started. Couple people going to see weapons or have seen weapons. Dispaminite, what did you think of weapons? George asks, what is the estimated Vantage playtime? I've seen big ranges. I've seen people play I've seen a bunch of YouTube playthroughs that are like 30 minutes. I tend to take a lot longer, but in our first playthrough, so I don't know, maybe a couple hours or two. I liked most of it. So when we go through the rules of Vantage, we'll point out some of the unusual things. I think we can display it all on the table fairly reasonably. I'm going to move things out of the way a little bit. All of these tokens I'm going to put off screen. This one we don't really need on the table. Here are the books. You can see the storybooks here are quite substantial. I mean, this is a big, giant game. This is a serious accomplishment. And the art on the cards look beautiful too. This is where we will be keeping track of everything. All right, let's go through the rules together and we'll see if there's anything I've missed, whatever. Now, Vantage is, you can see, 1 to 6 players, cooperative. Now, this is almost the least cooperative game. This is like multiplayer solo, they call it, or multiplayer solitaire. Sometimes you talk about games like that. Everyone's going to a different area of the island. Very rarely do you ever end up at the same place. You're all having your own adventure, and you're just taking turns reading for another person. You can occasionally help another person a little bit, but it feels kind of artificial. To me, this feels like a solo game. All right, so you begin each game of Vantage on a vessel heading towards an uncharted planet. And then there's a way you select a starting character and a random position on the island to start your adventure. You view your location from a first-person perspective, communicate with the other people, but you're basically separated. Now, there's a mission. Each time you play a mission, you might get a destiny or an epic victory if you complete both the mission and the destiny. It's not a campaign game. Each game is a standalone experience. All right, so here's our setup. I've done the organization of the box. I guess it wants me to take these potential characters out of the box. We'll play one of these people. We've got this. Sorry, you can't see this at the same time, can you? Okay, it doesn't matter. So let's do the setup here. Everything has been put away, but this we need to get out based on who we're going to play. Normally, you would use this token, this little gizmo here, to put your location card on so people don't see it. Only you're allowed to see what you see. But we won't be needing that since we're playing solo and you want to see what I see. All right, put the game on the table. One person is going to be in charge of the cards. Place the board, which is this thing here, in the center. This is going to track our stats. There will be our mission, our destiny, and then we'll be taking dice and putting them here. And this is just a reminder about the grid. All right. Feed the challenge pool with 8 plus 2 per player. So that's 10 dice for solo. That's them ready. Each player gains a location card holder. That's this thing that we don't need. Put the book of Vantages here. So there's 2 extra books in addition to these storybooks. There's a book of secrets and there's a book of Vantages, which feels like it's sort of, both of these are sort of extra content. If it can't fit on a card, it's going to be, we're going to be told to look at it in the book. All right, now, what does it say here? Place the book of Vantages on the table with the back cover facing up. All right, so this is our start of our game here. And we get to choose a difficulty level, which is here. It suggests we start with, I think, daring, it says. All right, so let's see what we've got here. Weeks after receiving a mysterious signal from the traveler, your ship arrives in the orbit of an uncharted planet. Create the total challenge dice pool. Each player gains a different skill, select or randomize, and its matching character card. Okay, so we can choose or roll to get one of these characters. Now, much of this game revolves around taking these kinds of actions: move, help, look, take, engage, or overpower. And then we've got one character that looks like they're focused on that. So here's the overpower character. Use this card to mark your current location. Okay, so they all say the same thing. They're not different here, but they are going to specialize at some point. So do we want to pick one of these characters that we feel like playing? I mean, overpower, that's not really my style in these games. We can do the person who takes stuff, the person who helps people, the person who engages, whatever that means. We'll go into that in a second. The person who likes to look and search, and the person who's moving. Anyone have a preference for who to take? I think this one speaks to me most, this person who's doing the looking. All right, why don't we take this person? So if you didn't want to pick, if you wanted to roll, you would roll one of these dice. These are the skill dice, and 6-sided, one for each of the 6 symbols and skills. So we're going to take search. This is going to be not our character card, but this is going to be the placeholder divider card. We're going to go take our character card 1436. Okay, so here's our character card, and we're going to learn how to do this, but this is going to sit in a 3x3 grid. This is us, and we've got a whole bunch of special things. We've got actions that are specific for us, place to put dice, place to put these little boost cubes, and I think this is a generic. Let me just look at one other character so I can see what's different. All right, so let's just look at this so you can see what's different between these characters. I think they might all have the same boost. Maybe they all have the same 3 things, but they'll be different for the different characters when we look them up. And it looks like this is basically the same, except you can see you gain your skill specialty if you re-roll dice and it doesn't change. So this guy will get the look token. All right, doesn't matter. We'll deal with this. We'll explain all of these things in a moment. So this card is just to keep your place in the box, but this will stay out for us. All right, gain its when placed benefit. So every time you bring a card out onto the table, for the first time, you look for any when placed stuff. So this is when placed, 2 of these. That symbol are these boost cubes. So it's saying that we get 2 boost cubes, which go on our token, on our card. And you can see you occasionally spend these. This says you can spend 2 boost for a money, 1 money, or to get a look skill token. And then, or we can spend a boost token from this card to re-roll our dice. And then these 2 actions are where we place challenge dice for certain. This gets us a boost cube. All right, so we'll go into all of this in a second. But let's just put this out here for now. We'll come back to it. All right, each player gets the trackers matching their color and sets them here. It suggests we play at 4. So we are the purple character. So we get our 3 tracking tokens. We don't need any of the rest of these for the rest of the game. We take these 3 and we put them on the starting level. And this will keep track. So now we have 4 morale, 4 time, and 4 health. So as we play, we'll gain more or lose these. If we ever get to 0 here, it says what you read an entry, probably your game's almost over. So if any of these hit 0, our game is almost over. They can never go above 6. All right, let's keep reading here. All right, we've done step 3. Step 4, the first player gains 2 skills at random, places the matching mission, see the sidebar. Okay, so this is what, there's 2 steps that sort of randomize where you start on the Uncharted planet. But the first thing it says, gain 2 skills at random. So we roll these 2 dice, and we gain these 2 skills. So that's an engage, and this is a take. So from the tokens, we take an engage token and a take token. We add these to our supply. I guess we'll just put them there. And then, and the order matters, then we use these to tell us what starting card we go on. So here we are down here, 1597. So we're going to go get out 1597. Places the matching mission. Oh, okay, so this is telling us what our mission for the day is. We always have 1 mission. I guess the group always has 1 mission, determined by what the first player starts with. All right, so what is our mission? Perform 1 last heist. Okay, this matches this group. This group likes to heist. Have at least 1 item with a value of 15 or more in a grid or reserve. If you do, read 1597 in the Book of Secrets. All right, so you can see this is already quite cool that we've got a story mission. That's what our game today is we're supposed to try to accomplish. And if we can accomplish this, which is described here, then we read this story element. So this will stay out, but this card itself has actions we can do. Maybe to find something to steal. This is very clever. When I originally read this idea that you would take a random goal mission, I thought, well, what's the odds that you're going to run into that specific thing? Like if it just had this, you'd say, what are the odds we're going to find some super expensive item? But it feels like maybe that these actions could set you on the right path. All right, so we take this card and we put it in our mission. If we accomplish our mission, I believe that's going to end the game. Then everyone goes to location 1. All right, so we've got our mission. Now we go to location 1, which I believe is on the back of the Book of Secrets. Okay. So now these are going to be, normally these would be cards, but for these first two, they're on the back of these books. So this is our ship. It's malfunctioning. We have mere seconds to escape. We're getting in our escape pods. Each player gains a different skill. We could select it or randomize it. And then, okay, so I'm going to roll this. So we got this again, which is our engage skill. So we take another engage token. Places the matching location in their card holder and follows the instructions. So this is what's going to determine our starting thing. Now, why does this say each person should have 2? The first player should have 4. What have we done wrong? Why have we already made a mistake? Why do I only have 3? First player gains 2 skills at random. Gains a different skill. I see. We should have gotten when we chose our character, but we didn't because we picked it instead of randomizing it. Okay, so we got 1 for our character, 2 that we rolled to determine our mission, and 1 that we rolled that's going to determine our starting point. All right, so we got an engage, so we're taking starting point 4, and you will see that this card, starting location 4, is just a way to give you another branching randomization of where to start. So you've got 6 different cards. Each card has 36. It's not 36, is it? Why isn't it 36? Why isn't it 6 times 6? All right, we're choosing. Is it not every combination? Surely it must be. Surely there's not 36 here. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Why is my math failing me? 6 sides of a die times 6. Oh, because of the doubles. Okay, 6 times 6, 36 minus all of the doubles because order doesn't matter for the doubles. Okay. Anyway, this whole thing is just for randomizing our starting point. So we get card 4 and we do it. It says gain 2 random skills, crash into the matching location. So we take our dice, we roll again, and we've got this. Now, it says that if you get pairs, you're going to get a harder experience. Maybe we don't want a harder experience. Let's re-roll. Okay, that's going to be our starter for starting game. All right, so there's our starting setup. Where are we? Oh, it's not even ordered. That explains it also. Okay, so order doesn't matter. So we are here, 751. That's right, isn't it? Order doesn't matter. There's no entry for that. There's just an entry for this. All right, 751. So that's going to be our starting location. Now, presumably you might want to remember this. So if you played again, you would know, but I don't know if the numbers help you. All right, so now each of these location cards are double-sided, but you only should look at the one. They're not double-sided for the same location. They're different locations, so odd and even. So here we have 751, our starting location. It's not just that there are less than 36 because of doubles. It's that it's less than 36 because the order doesn't matter. 6, choose 2. Okay, so here we are. Here's our starting location, and we need to get these skill tokens as well. Remember, this one is overpower. This one is engage. We got a lot of these engage tokens. Okay, keep this card in the holder to obscure the backs of your new location and future locations we visit. All right, we don't need that because we are not, because there's only one of us here. So this is where we're going to find ourselves starting out. You find your footing in the shallow water. A small sentient and their pet skip along the sandy shore, safely out of reach of the Kraken to the south. All right, well, we didn't see this Kraken. I guess he's behind us. North is always forward. And here are the actions we can do. All right, so we're going to go back to the rule book now that we see our starting location. The game wants us to start playing now, but we don't yet know as a group how to play. So let's go back to the rule book. All right. You take turns clockwise, explore the area where you arrive, and you start building up your character into a 3x3 grid. So this will be the starting grid. Let's try to move this. So this will start to form a 3x3 grid. That's useless to me. All right. And then that's all the possessions you can carry and stuff. Above that, you have to put it in your reserve. And then this will be our location, which I think we'll be able to show on screen like this. All right. Quickly going through the rules here. You must, all right, one or more players may pursue the shared mission. That's the perform a heist. And then along the way, we may get discovered destiny cards. You don't get one at setup, you get it as you play. And if anything ever gets to 0, the game's going to end. Choose the most fun answer if there's multiple things. Sharing locations, so you can't show anyone else your card. In our case, it doesn't matter. The storybooks. So there's one storybook for each of the skills. You can see here. So we'll be switching between these depending on our chosen actions. All right, here's how location cards work. We're always in one location at a time. We're not building a map like 7th Citadel, 7th Continent, or Heredity. It's just we're always in one place at a time. We can look at the image for clues. I mean, it's beautiful art, and then we'll choose what to do. All right, so we've got its number that just tells us what card it is to file it back, and we were supposed to put our card in that location 751 where I took it from so that we can put it back when we move along. Okay, I've done that now. All right, in the upper right is a compass, and this is for moving on. So if we want to move, we can move forward north, and we would get location 500, or west for location 271, or east for location 273, or at least to the right of us, 273, or we can back up, I guess. And that asterisk means we would go look it up in the move book. So these top locations, we just grab the card. This asterisk we would read in the move book. Same thing with wander here. If we chose to wander from here, we would look it up in the blue move book and look up card 272, what happens if you wander. If we chose to study, this is the look book. We would look up in the look book 272, it would tell us what happens if we chose to study. So these are always in the 6 skill categories of move, look, engage, help, take, and overpower, but using a different word to give us a little bit of extra flavor and hint about what our action does. But we don't know exactly what's going to happen if we do these things. The storybook will tell us. And then we've got, blocked locations. If there's no number or asterisk, yeah, if it's blank, then you can't do anything. But if it's an asterisk, then you look it up in the book. All right, and there is one more important thing that's easy to overlook. If you take one of these numbered actions, you draw the card, but you still have to pay a move action, a 1 cost move. And we'll go into what costs mean in a second. Occasionally in the description, it'll show someone speaking. That's the mysterious traveler, who I don't know who that is, but apparently it's someone will come into over and over again. It's not the same as a sentient. Elemental icons. It looks like we kind of have some sort of icon here. I don't know what icon that is. Let's see if it's shown somewhere. Okay, it is shown. So that is a wood icon. Whatever that means. I guess there's wood in our environment here. Indicate an interaction with something of that composition. So maybe if we cared about getting wood, we would know, okay, on this location, there's probably wood. Let's do the right thing to get that wood. All right, location actions, which are here. We can choose what to do, but you have to choose what to do before you find out what the cost and benefits are. So you just have to use your intuition, your smarts to figure out what action here you want to do. All right, sample turn. You've got this card. Choose one of the 3 types of actions. So there's a location action, which is here on the side. Has it told us what the other actions are? I don't think it's told us them yet. But it says, okay, let's say you choose to take a location action. You chose this move wander. So you would go into the book. If you were playing with another player, they would read it. Maybe you have someone that doesn't like to play games but likes to read. They could play the role of just reading stuff. You would look it up here. And then what you're going to see when you look up an item is a cost and a summary before the consequences. And you must make your decision based on that. So this says if you choose to wander on card 272, it's going to be a 3 cost action to wander around the area. You don't read the rest. It's going to be a little tricky playing solo to not read the rest. So then you can do various things to reduce the cost from 3. In general, as I understand it, you would take these 3 challenge dice if it's a cost 3, and then you can see if you can reduce the cost. So in this case, they've taken one of the challenge dice, stuck it on their character card according to the rules. And then so they have 1 less to roll. Then they have 2 left to roll. So they put 1 on their card, and then they took the 2 they have to roll. They rolled them. And according to this, they say, oh, they didn't put 1 here. They didn't put 1 here. First, they paid a skill token to avoid rolling all 3. Paid a skill token matching the choice they made. So they made a move action. I mean, we can, maybe I don't need to try to explain all this without doing it. I'll explain it when it happens to us. But basically, you spend skill tokens to reduce the number of dice you roll. Then you roll the dice, and then you have to put them somewhere. In this case, the person was able to put 1 on their card, and then they got 1 time. So you don't want to have to put these dice. That's how things run out. So then they have to deal with the time and the health, which is what they rolled. They found a place to put the time die, but the health die, not so much. So then for any unplaced die, you have to pay those costs. So in this case, they lost a health, so we would go like that. We'd lose a health. So every time we do challenges, it's probably going to reduce these. If they ever get to 0, you know the game is over. So much of the strategic element of the game is figuring out good ways to handle your dice so that your skills don't go to 0. Then there's extra rules. If it's got the lightning, you can put someone else's die on your card. We don't care about that for solo play. No matter what, you can't fail the test. There's no failing these skill tests. The skill tests just determine what's the cost, but no matter what, you always read the result of the action. This is very much unlike most games, certainly unlike Seventh Citadel, Seventh Continent. There's no fail. There's simply a matter of paying the cost, and then you succeed. You read the results. And then normally your turn will be over. Sometimes it will say continue. If it says continue, you do another action. If it says you may continue, you can choose to do another action. All right, and then that was an example, and then we go into more details here. You'll always succeed when you do an action. You cannot do the same action twice. And normally you can only do one action per card, then you must move. If you previously performed a location action, one of these 6 here, even in a turn before, you can't do another. So once you wander, you can't study. So you're not going to stay in one place and do all these actions. You're going to do one action at each location, and then you're going to move on. Sometimes there are some exceptions. Sometimes it'll say you can always do this. Fear is always available. If someone else in the same game did something, you still can't go do it. You can't do a contradictory thing either. Those are the location actions here. And then there's a depart action. That's the one where you move to another card. You can also do card actions. That's what we saw here, here, and here. Many non-location cards include action options. These include actions on your cards in your grid and your supply in the center. That's what we just looked at. So if we read something, it says reference the storybook entry for that specific card. For a help equip action on this card, you read it in the help book. You can't look at the card you're gaining, which is what this is saying. You would get a card. You can't study it ahead of time. All the decisions here get made before you see what the results will be. You may perform a card action even if you have already performed an action on that card. Okay, so they're not limited the way these locations are. And then here's how to do a depart action. Move away from your location in one of the 4 cardinal directions. This is move. It's a cost 1. If it doesn't use the storybook, it's a cost 1. Otherwise, the storybook will tell you the cost. Okay, in general, for a result, you read the cost and the action, and then you have to perform the cost, and then you get to read the story. Some cards include the full cost, action, and result and do not reference the storybook. So this says here, this action is a cost 4. It tells you how many challenge dice to roll and the boost cube cost. So if you wanted to do this, you'd do a 4 cost help action and pay 1 boost. Okay, if the depart is adjacent, if the depart action is to an adjacent listed location, the move cost is 1. Otherwise, you look it up and it'll tell you. Some actions refer to the region, which is a broader area encompassing multiple locations, and then there'll be a letter in there. We'll deal with that later. For actions with no cost, you have to choose the number. And the more you choose, the better, the more exertion you're doing. So here's an example of how you're doing something in region C. We don't really know what that means yet. All right, so then you can spend skill tokens to reduce the cost. I'm not sure why you wouldn't. And you could spend them for other players if you want. Now, we have a whole bunch of engaged tokens and not some others, so we could get unlucky here. So roll the dice for the rest, and then we have to put them places. If there are fewer available dice in the challenge pool, okay, so this is an important concept. We start out with 10 in our challenge pool. And as we do tests, these are going to get spent. So after we incur the costs, we put them here, and maybe we can put them here to get rid of them. And eventually we're going to get rid of these 10 dice, so there aren't enough to roll. Like if we had a 3 challenge test, 3 cost test, we don't have enough dice to roll. So this is the instructions if that happens. There aren't enough. Refresh all the challenge dice from the cards and the penalty section. So in that case, all of these would come off, which is good because now this card's available to put new dice rolled. So we want that. All right, and then there are rules here about how we can store dice that we roll when we do a test. So after we roll the dice, we try to place them on cards. Each slot can hold 1 die. Most slots have restrictions. So only a die when you were doing a move action could go here. Skill type. Ability. You may only place a challenge die here during a help create action. Okay, so this is specifically like this is any move action. But this is the help action, but it has to be when you're doing the specific keyword create. This you can only put if this token, this symbol is on your card. So for example, if we had a die that could hold wood, then when we do actions on this location, we could put it here if this matched this. Okay, this slot can only hold a health. This slot can only hold a time penalty. So these are all penalties. This is lose 1 morale, lose 1 time. This says no penalty. And this is lose 1 health. And then this one says no penalty, but it goes back in the supply. So you don't want that because you want to get dice out of the supply. In this slot, there's a benefit as soon as you put a die there. You get a boost token. But you could have other bonuses. And this one, you can see this one gives you a boost token as a reward for putting a die here. This one, you have to spend a boost token in order to put a die here. Okay, and then this impact thing is if you're playing with multiple players, it just means you can put someone else's die there. And here's terrain-specific stuff. Okay, then you suffer the penalties. This would drop your skill level. If it ever gets to 0, your mission's going to be over. If you get this, it's a setback. You just put the die back in the challenge pool, which delays the potential for a full refresh. And if it's this, it means you lucked out, nothing happened. Then you read the result. If you have options, you have to choose, but you're not supposed to see what the different options result in. If your location changes, have someone else go get your new card. If the new location has an exclamation, you have to do that right away. For example, losing health because it's too cold, whatever, you do that. If you ever go above the max of 6, then roll the die and get a skill token. If the results include a skill payment, any player may discard a skill token so that you can gain the benefit. If no one pays, you do not gain the benefit. So if a result says pay this to get this, someone else could help pay for it. If it says gain a random skill, then roll the dice. And then there's special rules if someone's in your location. If it tells you to lose something you don't have, like lose money, whatever, then you don't have to do it. If you can't do it, you don't do it. If you never gain a card you already have, gain a boost on that card. And if you gain a card someone else has, then you guys decide. Then you end your turn, but there's a special note here. If location says to continue, you must perform an additional action, ignoring the restriction. So you can do another, you can't do the same action, but if it says to continue, then you do something else. It says you may continue, you could choose. Fine. Sometimes as you may continue, you can choose for yourself. All right, now here's how the boost stuff works. At any time in any turn, even in the middle of an action or while another player is performing an action, you can use your boost power on cards in your grid to benefit yourself. So the boost tokens stay on the card. You're allowed to spend them to do some things. Boost gained on locations goes to your character card. On all other cards, go on that card. So if another card gains a boost, it says you gain a boost, it goes on that same card. Each card has limited capacity that can't be exceeded. So the character cards all have space for 6 boost, and we're starting out with 2. Boost powers last till the end of the turn. Okay, here's about our grid. Our character starts in the center. When we gain new ones, they go around it. We can choose where. Maybe it'll make a difference at some point. There's a special rule if you fill out your entire grid. So if you get enough items to fill out your entire grid, then you get a special destiny card. I really like this system of special situations telling you to draw a certain card. So you can see if you ever hit 0, you draw a certain card. If you ever fill out your grid, you draw a certain story card. I think that's a very clever thing. All right. So then there's a special rule about if you're instructed to replace or lose a card, refresh any dice on it, return any boost to the general supply, return lost cards to the box. Okay, refresh any dice on it. So I think there's a glossary somewhere. I believe, so obviously the dice has to come off there, but I think that means that the die goes into the challenge pool. There is a glossary here somewhere. Okay, no entry for refresh, but since refresh tells you to put them all there, I'm fairly certain that you would put any removed dice there. Okay, then, but there is an additional reserve. If you gain an item that won't fit in your grid, you can put it in the reserve. You have a limited capacity to reserve vertical cards outside of your grid in your supply. Capacity is the total of all the plus icons of cards in your grid. So, for example, in this case, we have only this in our grid, and you can see this little plus symbol. So we can have 1 card in our backpack, in our reserve, that isn't yet equipped. And we may be able to get more cards that let us have more capacity to reserve. Now, what happens if you gain a card and the grid is full and your reserve is full? So you can either put it in the reserve or swap out with something in your grid. But if it exceeds the reserve, then you have to lose it. It goes back into the box. while it's in the reserve, you can't use it. You don't get to use the slots, the abilities, or powers. Each character has a boost power to transfer a card from the reserve to their grid. So you take it out of your backpack, and we saw that costs a boost to do it. We already looked at that. Now, some supply cards, so you can see that in the box, there are these big oversized cards, and then there are these small little cards. Those are the two sizes of cards. But these cards, some are horizontal, some are vertical. When they're vertical, they go in our grid. Sometimes you get a horizontal card. These cards are either shared, like our mission card here, or they're private, but they don't take up space. So they're not going to be objects that you're carrying. They're going to be like special conditions or whatever. Okay, here's a little reminder of the anatomy, boost capacity, card actions. So every player, every character is going to have some unique story elements that if you do, and you can do them whenever you want, you would read a certain story. Place to put dice, coin value, it'll tell you when that's important, how much it affects your reserve capacity, what you do when you place this card on your space, ability, ways you can use your boost tokens. Gain a coin, a token. So because our character is the navigator, we can at any time spend 2 boosts to get a 1 money or a move skill. Different characters have a different power there that gets them a different skill. All right, let me check in with the chat, see if there's anything else. Too many rules for me, says Sandy. Well, look, I could have just started playing this without running through the rules, but what are we here for? We're not here to play games. We are here to spend time together, and for me to help you fall asleep if you've got insomnia. So that's why we're spending all this time going through the rules. All right, end of the game. It can end in several ways. If you do the mission, the game's going to end. Actually, not quite. You complete the mission, will give you a choice between ending the game or continuing to try to do your destiny. But if you do a destiny, you end the game. I see. And then if you wanted to do both, so you have to do the mission first before the destiny if you want to do both. The moment you do your destiny, you end the game. And then the other way for the game to end is if one of your things hits 0. Which I understand is not an instant ending. It may give us a choice. You may even end the game when the time you allotted to play has expired. Like if you just want to stop, you just stop. In addition to a mission, destiny, or epic, epic is if you do both. You may define success through anything you pursue and achieve. So if you just want to play the game to have fun and move around, then just do that. When the game ends, everything goes back. Now, before your first game, let's see. Your first game used daring. We did that. It says, make bold choices when playing. It's the first time a player's morale is 0 doesn't necessarily end the game. Your first game is largely about experimentation as you learn about different action consequences and risk tolerances. This is more important than the mission. Just try to fill your grid, gain 8 cards. Perfectly normal if you don't achieve this goal. Discovery and perception are significant elements. You will wonder how to do and find things. That's a normal part of the discovery curve of the game. The game will not hold your hand. Just try things that intrigue you. Use your eyes and intuition. If an action looks difficult, it probably has a high cost. Some actions will turn out differently or be more difficult than what you expect. This will help the next time a player sees that type of action. You may optionally take notes. So that's one of the very cool things about this game. that these are standalone little game sessions, but what you learn about the world will inform future playthroughs. It's a very interesting sort of hybrid campaign, not a campaign. Like the knowledge is part of a campaign, but nothing carries over. And then you can talk to each other. It says communication between players is critically important. I don't really believe that. I don't really believe that, but okay. And that's it. All right, that's not quite it. I lied. Let's see. Friendly reminders, you can talk openly, you just can't show your cards. Remember that you have to pay a cost of 1 when you move. That feels like that would be very easy to forget. When placing die, you can place blank and set back results here if you wanted to. Okay. Instead of choosing a location action, you may perform an action on a card. If you gain a boost from a location, put it on your character. You can only perform 1 location action per location per game. Cannot read the cost. The only persistent element is information. To make it easier or harder, look at page 11 on the Book of Secrets. So, Book of Secrets, that feels like a combination. It's actually some secrets and some just rules. Feels like they could have put this in the rule book. I don't know why the glossary is in the Book of Secrets. Like, these are clearly narrative secrets. The glossary should not be a secret. All right, so if we get lost and need clarification, we can look in here for more. But okay, I see maybe why it's secrets. Maybe some of this stuff feels like spoilers. Well, I think we are just about ready to start playing. In this card here that we got to start our adventure, it says a small sentient and their pet. So on this planet, any living thing, I guess, is called a sentient, or a certain class of things are called sentients. I don't think they're humans. They're some other creature. You can't share info with other players, says Isar. That's not right. You can absolutely share all information. You can tell them what they see, what you see. You can tell them what this is, but you're not allowed to show them this card. That's really the only information you can't share. You can't show them what you see because that's supposed to be your vantage point. But you could describe it. You could say there's a path in the middle between 2 big mountains of trees, and up ahead is a big giant mountain. And then when you read the stories, of course, one person knows the cost and the kinds of results that you're not allowed to see. And I can see, because of the green screen, one of these colors, this is going to happen to us a lot. So I don't know, maybe we want to use this view for the cards more often. All right, so we spent an hour going over the rules and talking about Vantage in general. Why don't we take our first 8-minute break here? We'll come back and we'll decide on our first action. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing through our first game of Vantage. We spent an hour talking and reading through the rules together. We're ready to start here. One last thing before we start. I do want to thank the Patreon supporters of this channel that make it possible for us to purchase these games, for me to purchase these games and bring them to the channel while remaining unencumbered by any relationship with any publisher. There are no review copies. We buy these games, we can play them, and then we can be free to complain about them when we don't like them. All right, let me remind you what we've got in front of us here to choose from in terms of actions. So we've got our goal mission. Game suggests for our first game that we don't obsess too much about it, but I'm already obsessed with this. I want to do this heist. It's not an actual heist mission. It just says find an item with a value of 15 or more. So I'd like to do that. We can at any time do any of these 4 actions. So if we want to get a clue about how to find something expensive, maybe these actions would be good. We can do the actions on this card. We can master, buy, or equip. Soren, the navigator, that's us. Where's mine? Okay. Or we can do the actions on our current location. Remember, you can only do one of these per card. Then we must move on. So we can't approach and then hire. We can't listen and then swindle. It's just one of them. A sentient and her pet skip along the sandy shore safely out of reach of the Kraken to the south. That's behind us. All right, but I guess because we landed here, it's weird that this is a landing spot. It's weird that this is a starting point, landing spot. Are we really sure about that? Because, like, it seems to be talking about a Kraken that we've... Did I do that card wrong? Did I do that card wrong? Where is the 751? Wasn't this, or did we start with 4? I want to make sure I don't break the game at the start. Okay, there's a 751. That's the card we started with. So this is just weird to be starting on a card that says the Kraken's behind them. Like, what are you talking about? What Kraken? All right. So any thoughts about what you want to do first? I mean, surely we're going to do one of these eventually. We could do one of these first, but maybe we should do one of these first. You would think that the starting locations, well, I know it's crazy to keep coming back to this, but it's just a very odd choice to make a starting card send you off into a place that seems like there's already stuff going on. All right, Jonathan and Sarah want to hire this person. Now, I got some bad news for you. We have no money. You want to hire them, but we got no money. Don't you think we're going to need money to hire them? You got 2 people, a person and their pet. I understand you want to hire them. We have no money. Now, we could spend 2 boost to get 1 money. Feels like the game should start us out with money, don't you think? Am I missing something about starting out with money? Feels like we should have taken some money when we jumped off the ship. I mean, we followed the instructions. There was no money. So I don't see how we can... We have engaged tokens, though. Yes, we have these orange tokens. So probably we could do it for... Can we look first? There's no first. We can't look in the books, and we can't do a look action, which is the listen. Look is listen here. All right, you guys want to try hire them? Let's try it. Let's try hiring them. All right, so we're going to start. However, hold on. Is there anything we can do here that would get us money? Master, buy, equip. I mean, we do have these tokens, but buy does not sound like it would get money. We can only do one of the actions. Absolutely right. All right, let's try to hire these two. Swindle, approach, listen, or hire. All right, that's it. We decide to hire. So we go get out the engage book, which is what this hire. No, that's take. Engage. No, we get out the engage book, which matches the hire. We're going to look up 751. All right, let me see if I can put these in some proper place for us to keep nearby. All right, so I'm looking up 751 hire. All right, now let's see if I can't use these to help us here. All right, so that's unfortunate that it doesn't want to zoom in. Why does it not want the cubes to work? Probably there's too much green on the board. That's unfortunate. All right, here we go. So we're not supposed to look at anything but the... This is going to be tricky. We're not supposed to look at the results, so don't read the results. 3, hire the sentient as a guide for a grand adventure. Okay, so we're going to try to make do without reading too many spoilers here. So it was a cost 3. So without seeing the result of that, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I guess maybe it would matter because you wouldn't know what you're going to do. All right, so cost of 3. Now, before we roll these dice, we can pay to reduce it, and we have enough tokens to pay to reduce the cost to a 0. So is there a reason? I guess it feels like we don't want to reduce it to a 0. Maybe we'll just start off slow. We'll reduce it by 1. So I'm going to spend this to not have to roll one of these dice. We're going to roll 2 dice. All right, so we've got a health and a time. Why don't we put the time on this one here? That's where it's allowed to go. We have no place to put this. We can't put it here. That only a look action can go here. We have no other place to put it. So we have to put it in the challenge dice penalty, which brings our health down by 1. Why has our health been hurt by trying to hire them? I don't know. Okay, so we hired them. Let's see, maybe we can do this a little better. All right, if you pay $1, as I said, you guys got us into trouble by making us spend money we don't have. The child carefully inspects the coin before accepting this important job with the condition that their loyal dust mouse can accompany you. If you don't pay, the child shrugs and says they'll hire you instead. Instead, gain $1 in quest 1, add it horizontally to your supply. Okay, so now it seems like, according to the official rules, we probably should not be able to see those 2 options. Probably we would have to decide, like if someone else was reading this first, they'd say, do you want to pay $1 or do you not want to pay? But I think thematically you could imagine this is a little negotiation. So we actually have a cool decision to make here. We've got a kid and a dust mouse. We could pay to have them join us and we would get an animal, the dust mouse, and this quest. If we don't pay, we get $1 and we get the same quest, but not the animal. So we do have the ability to get a money. If we spend these 2 boosts, we can get a money. Do you want to get the money so that we get the dust mouse? Or do you want to forego the dust mouse and instead get $1? Anthony says, don't pay the $1. I mean, might be fun to have a mouse. I don't know, is he worth it? But on the other hand, that's that's money we don't have. I mean, we can get it. All right. I don't do a lot of this, but let's have a little vote here. We're not going to be doing this that often, otherwise it would take forever to play this game. But occasionally we can have a group discussion. So you just type vote for whatever you want. So vote for getting the mouse or vote for not getting the mouse. We got a lot of pet lovers here. It looks like we're going to get the mouse. I think Anthony is probably wiser to not spend money we don't have on a mouse whose skills are unknown, but it looks like this group wants a mouse. It's hard not to it's hard to not want a little mouse on our team. All right, so we're going to pay to get the mouse. Now, how do we do that? Well, in the middle, we're told that in the middle of our action, we're allowed to do stuff. So in the middle of our action, we're going to spend these 2 boosts to get $1, which is here. We lose the boost. We have no more boosts. And now we have no more dollar because we're giving it to this kid. However, now, according to the rules, we gain animal 835 and quest 1643. Okay, so these are both going to be small cards. So if we get 1643, here is the quest that we've got. Let's take a look at this. The kid, a wood sentient, begs you to take them on an adventure, then return them home safely. Put 5 tokens here. Remove 1 for each different location you visit. If you return to location 751 with no tokens, so we're supposed to come back to this location. So I guess we'd want to keep notes about how we got here if we want to do this. All right, put 5 tokens here. So it doesn't say boost, but clearly it means boost tokens. Okay, so all we have to do is take him to 5 different places. Remove 1 for each different location. And then we have to come back. And then we get to read the end of this quest. Now look at this. We've got 2 new places to put dice. We can put dice anytime we're on a wood location, and we can put engage dice here. So just having this quest helps us by giving us a place to put dice. And now let's look at this mouse, 835. So we would have gotten that regardless. Now let's see what mouse we get. Like these cards were in backwards. All right, let's take a gander at this little mouse guy. Oh my God, he looks weird. That's a little alien dust mouse, huh? Let's see, what does he do for us? We can put a take die here, and as soon as we do, he's going to get us money. Every time we put a die here, this little mouse is going to run off and come back with some money. And a boost cube. And we can store an access die there, so we can have him help us access. When placed, a boost token goes on him. And we can spend a boost to have him fetch. Reduce the cost of an interior location's take action to 0. And he's worth 3 money. All right, so every time we do a take action, he comes back with the boost cube and some money. And then if we're inside, we can have him go get stuff for us. Well, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good ability. And what is this icon? That is the what? That is sand. He's a sand mouse. I don't know why that matters. Maybe something will say, hey, if you have a sand mouse creature, then certain effects. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. No sign that he's going to disappear. He goes into our grid with a cube on him. Let's just put him right there. You can see we might need to use our stickers to keep this grid together here. Okay, and then this would go somewhere in our, would go up there somewhere. We'll just keep these down here, maybe where we can see them. All right, so now we've done this action. We've done a location action, so that's it. We can't do any more here. The only thing we're going to be able to do from here is move along. Now, the Kraken was to the south behind us, so if we chose this, we'd be walking right into the Kraken. I don't think we should, that doesn't sound that smart. But we should maybe remember, maybe we want to go up. Remember, so this is important. This is a continuous world. So if you go north, you should imagine that we're going to continue on this voyage this way. Like we're going to head towards that mountain if we go north. If we go west, we might have to go into this forest, east into this forest. So I'm sort of inclined to go up here, although you could imagine climbing this mountain would be quite a bit exertion. But it's not like we're going to be in a totally different place. This is all a static world. If we go north 3 steps and then go south 3 steps, we'll be back on this location. And remember, that's what the kid wants. He wants us to take him on an adventure. So it feels like a good adventure might be climbing this mountain, but Morin points out, visiting the Kraken, that could be a real adventure. Seems a little dangerous for us now until we get something to fight with. What does the star for north mean? Why not a card number? Okay, let me explain this. So the ones with numbers, you just spend a 1-cost move and grab that card, and we would just get a new location. Anything with an asterisk means we get the move storybook, and we look up. So if we wanted to go north, we would look up 751 north in that storybook, and we might have to do a test. So it might cost us some extra or something weird might happen. So you don't know what's going to happen if you go north or south. West or east, we know where we're going to go. So that might be a good reason to not try to go north. We don't know what the result is. But we know we can't do these. But we could do one of these if we wanted to. We could master, buy, or equip. We don't really know what those are. Or we could do this if we wanted to research how to do this heist. We could do this action. All right, what do we want to do? I feel like maybe if we're thinking about doing this, we should do a little bit of this first. So maybe we hang out here. Let's do some research about where we could go just to do this robbery. So I'm going to do this action. I'm going to do the research action on card 1597. So we go get 1597 and we look up here. Is tracking not on here? Is that what it is here? Okay. Research. So it's a 2-cost. We must do this test now. How can you complete the mission? This action can be performed at once per game. So we've already decided to do it. So now I'm just going to, I guess I just put that away. We must do it now, a 2 research action. So we take 2 dice. A little difficult doing that with these things. All right, 2 dice. We're going to do a 2 dice research action. Now, we know because we've got the purple character that one of these dice can go here. And in fact, we want that to happen because we'll get a boost cube. So we definitely want to roll at least one. This one, there's no benefit for us. So maybe we should go ahead and pay this token to not roll this. Although you can see how having a choice of which one to put on here might be valuable. All right, I'm going to roll both dice. So this is why we rolled 2 dice. This one is good for us. This one just goes here and does nothing. And it's good to get it out of there. This one is a setback. This would go back in here. But remember, we want to empty these out. So this is the one we're going to put here. And when we do that, we get a boost cube, which goes on our character. And remember, we want that because we can spend these for money or skills. So that actually worked out well. Now let's read what the research paragraph says. And it's a nice big paragraph. You swore to your family that your heisting days will be behind you if you complete one last job with the help of your old team. While there are plenty of things to steal on this planet, a heist isn't petty theft. You can offer your help to sentients to gain and complete a heist quest, or you can earn a precious artifact by passing a test. Gain the map of artifacts. That sounds good. Okay, 1264 is a small little card. Let's see what that card looks like. Okay, so we've got a map of artifacts. When placed, gain a boost per adjacent card. So we're going to put this in our grid and gain boosts based on what's near it. That's not going to be good for us because we only have one. But let's see, what does it do? It gives us 2 places to put dice. It's worth 12. This map itself seems to be worth $12. We don't know how that helped us, though. We can't really sell it. And a heist, we need to do 15. It can store 3 boosts. Now, what happens? We can spend 2 boosts to get a free move token. We don't really care about that. And since we can only place it adjacent to 1, we're only going to ever have 1 boost on this card. Oh, no, because this can give us another boost. All right, so you can spend 2 boosts to do a move action or 1 boost just to look at this map in close detail, it looks like. The squiggly icon is for multiple player game. It means you can put someone else's die on this card, which would be quite useful. Otherwise, normally you could only put your own die. So that the lightning is, I forget what they call it, but you can put someone else's die. Not relevant for us for solo play. All right, so we have to decide where to put this on in our grid, but probably we'll put it just right here at the top. I think probably I'm going to sticker these so that they stay in place. All right, and it starts with 1 boost per adjacent card. I mean, we could put it here. Maybe we'll put it here instead, but it doesn't help us. No, I guess this would be better, because then if we get something else that gets us for adjacent, we'd be able to put it here. We could spend it right now to look at this map. So there is a special book called the Book of Vantages, which looks like it's maps. So getting a look at that map, although here it looks like we're given a little miniature version of this map. So now, I have to say, I'm already more impressed than I thought I would be in terms of this world, because you can see that this is a map of where some expensive artifacts are, and we now need to keep this in mind. Anthony says, we don't know where we are on that map, right? Exactly right. That's exactly right. We don't know where we are. It's not we don't know where we are on this map. This could be a very small portion of the entire world. So we don't know where this is. In fact, on our first playthrough, it seems very unlikely that we're going to be able to stumble onto this. But you could imagine if you played this game 10, 15 times, maybe you would learn where this is. And then at that point, if you got this, you would say, I know where this is. It's to the north and east. And then you would start walking towards it. Right now, we don't really know where this is or where we are. But you can pay a boost to look at a better map, I guess. But then you have to forget it. So I think we're probably not ready for that. But keep that in mind. Keep that in mind for the future. I'm going to go use our stickers to do this because we don't plan on losing this mouse guy. He's going to stick close to us. And we're going to keep this nearby. So this will just make it easier for us to move this around. So one of the odd things about this game is you're clearly incentivized to do things that the cards help you do. Like this guy can do a take action. He's good at that. So maybe we should, if we ever get the chance, we'd be happy to do those actions. All right, so we've done the research action. It costs us a little bit. As a general rule, we could do that again, but the book said we can't once per game. So that's done. We've done that action. We've gotten that out. If you took this player again on a future game and you did the research action, you would get this same card. So this character's destiny or whatever is always the same. So if you played this guy in 2 months later, you would get this map and get to investigate it again. We can boost it later, that map. Yes, anytime we put a setback die onto this from a move action, we would add a cube to this. So it starts out with 1, and we have a way to bring more onto it. I guess what we'd love to do is have a whole bunch of cards that can take the different dice. All right, we've done the research action. Probably we don't have enough money to be spent doing all of this, enough tokens to be doing all these. So I think maybe we move along. I don't think it's likely we're going to accomplish that mission, so I don't think we should change it. Jonathan says, I thought there was more randomization in picking the mission. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I got it wrong. So I thought we did one of the actions on his card, but you're right. We did an action here. So actually, it's going to be rare that you get this mission card again. All right, never mind. I thought we had done one of these actions. So these actions are always going to be the same every time you take this character, but it's going to be rare that you get this mission card. Okay, fine. All right, let's move along. Where do you want to go now? I feel like I want to go north up this thing, but it's going to be costly. Feels like if we go left or right, but I want to go north, so let's go north. All right, so we have to do a move action of cost 1. That's what that asterisk means. So we're going to take 1 die, and we're going to roll it. And we got a setback. Now look how perfect that is for us, because we have got a move action Move action, it's only a setback can go on here. So this is perfect. It goes right there, which gets us a boost right here. So that could not have gone better for us. And now we read what happens if you go north on card 751. So we get the move book. We look up 751. And we read the entry. So I'm going to not try to hide the consequences. It's a 3 test. Approach the child in such a way you don't startle or scare them. So this does not seem right. This does not seem right. We've already hired this kid, and this is a way to get... What's happened here? Oh, I didn't look up the right thing. Okay. So 751, sorry, move action. We're not looking up... Did I look up the wrong book? Okay, sorry. All right, so this is good. I explained this rule wrong. This is the move storybook, but there's another blue book, and it's the depart storybook. So this is the book we read when we're departing. All right, so forget we saw that. So this book is the one with the north-south. All right, so here we go. 751, we're going north. Hike north over the mountain. The trek is long, and as you crest the mountain ridge, you feel static build up in your og suit. All right, this seems like we've made a mistake already. We've done a very expensive, and we're getting a little bit of a clue about going south. We don't want to read that stuff. That's tricky. All right, so, well, it's too late. We have to do it. The trek, as long as you crest the mountain ridge, you feel static build up in your suit. Go to 752. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get 752. But we have to do a 4 test first. A little awkward to do all this. All right, so we went north and we have to do a 4 test. And it's a move, which we have no skills, no tokens to spend. Now, however, we could spend these 2 to get a move token, and that's it. I think maybe if we want to survive, we better do that. I'm going to go spend these 2 because I don't think we're ever going to get that map to take a move token. The bad thing is we're going to have to come back this way. Maybe it'll be easier coming down. Okay, I'm going to spend this move token now to roll only 3 dice. Wow, that's pretty bad because we can't afford to lose too much health, but there's nothing to do about it. There's no way to mitigate this. So we're going to lose 2 health. 1, 2. We're almost dead. And we're going to lose 1 time. It almost doesn't matter what happens to these, because if any of these hit 0, we're in trouble. So that was pretty rough. I didn't think we were going to be climbing that mountain so quickly. All right, so those go there. Is there any other way we can put those? We can't put it here, we can't put it here, we can't put it here. That's it. What about this? We can't put it here. Can we put it here? What is that icon? The wood icon? Yes, it is. Okay, so take a look at this. This says anytime you do an action with that symbol on it, you could put a die here, but I believe the rules say that when you're departing, you can't. So normally this has that symbol. We could use that, but I believe the rule is that Yeah, so look at this. It says you may only place a die. Oops. You only put a die here if you're doing it in a location with that composition, but you can't, but do not depart actions unless they specifically mention the sentient. But this does mention a sentient. Also a little misleading, a little confusing. This includes location action cards and card actions, but not depart actions unless they specifically mention the sentient. Okay, unless the depart action mentions the sentient, which it doesn't. So we can't put the die there. All right, well, that's it. We've moved along. We've gone up this mountain. We've hiked over the mountain. And we've got static electricity. So this card goes back, but actually it says we get 752. So actually we're just flipping this over. Oh no, that's 750. That's the Kraken. Don't pay any attention to that. Okay, here's 752. Yikes. So that static we felt was some creature. If this is your first visit here, lose a time, then go to 746 or 758. Okay, so we saw this and we got scared. So we lose a time and we go to 746 or 758. So we're running away to the left or the right. I'm going to run away to the left. That is weird. So instead we're here. We ran away. Vacation homes overlook a quiet cove. So we went north and then we went west and ran away. Now, as soon as we went to someplace new, this guy triggers. Remove one for each different location we visit. I don't know. Did we visit 2? Does that count as 2? I think I'm going to count that as 2. Because we saw he wants an adventure and we just saw something scary and ran away from it. So I'm going to count that as 2 for him. All right, let's see what we've got here. Vacation homes. Everyone agrees. Okay, so that creature was scary. Now, remember where we visited that creature at 752. So if we go east again, we're going to run into that creature for real. Let's not do that. Let's not go back the way. Let's not go back into that creature. Let's go check out these vacation homes. So unfortunately, we don't have any enter skills, but we have a whole bunch of these skills. We can't afford to hire anyone else. I think we want to go inside because our mouse is good at stealing things inside. So I think we should go inside. Shall we enter here? The problem is our health is almost done, so we got to be very careful about anything that would eat up our health. But then the dice are random. So can we prepare? We could prepare, but then we can't enter this village. Or whatever it is. Like you could prepare, but you can't prepare and then enter. If we hire, we could get a job working at vacation homes. You mean if we hire, but we don't hire someone, but we let them hire us? The scary thing is, any die we roll, if we roll a heart, we're going to lose our health to 0. I really don't like that. But we don't know how to get our health back up. It feels like we should be, Oh, wait a minute. What if we bathe? You think we'd get our health back? You think if we bathe, we would get health back? I wonder if we need to bathe just to get some health back. What do you think? Or are we going to get bitten by fish? I mean, I'd like to enter because I want to get that mouse to steal stuff for us. But on the other hand, I feel like we need to find a way to rest. All right, let's try to bathe. So we're going to take the bathe action. Let's see how much it costs us now. 746 in the, well, bathe is take. As long as we don't get beaten up. Okay, 746 bathe. It's a 1 test. It says, in the calm, clear water, the water feels great as it flows over you, washing off the grime, gain 1 health. Okay, well, that's exactly what we wanted. So we have to do a bathe test. Now, notice that we have a place to put this take die. So we're going to definitely roll 1 die. I wonder if we shouldn't roll 2. No, not really. Oh, we can't roll 2. We only have 1. So this die would normally cause time, but we can put it here. As soon as we do, we can take a boost or a money. I think maybe the money is more useful to us. So because we already have 1 boost cube. So let's take a money in case we need to buy anything later. And then that caused our health to go up. So that was being smart. We were smart about bathing, and now we've got a little bit more leeway. And we didn't even have to spend this token because it was such an easy test. However, now notice the genius of the design. We cannot now go inside this place. Like, however curious you were about who lived here, we can't do it. Not this game. We'd have to come back another day on a future game to go inside here. That's pretty clever. That is pretty clever. So we have to move on now. We don't want to go east where that crazy creature was. We got to get out of here. Soon we're going to get all our dice on these cards back. All right, so we're either going to leave here or we're going to do some of our actions. Now, I wonder, now that we have money, we could do this action on our character card and buy something. I don't know what exactly that is, though. Hey, look at this. Let's not forget this action. I think we've been not noticing this. For 1 boost cube, and we do have 1, we could re-roll one of our challenge die. So if we get a die we really don't like, we can re-roll it. All right, what should we do? Jonathan says, when we trek back through to get the kid back home, could we do another action? I'm not sure what you mean by that. We do want to bring the kid back home at some point, but I don't think we're far enough in our adventure yet. But it does seem like we do want to circle back. So we went north, and then we ran to the west. So I think maybe we should start heading south. We'll try to circle back to this kid's adventure. You absolutely can make a map of this place. So maybe we should go south and try to bring this kid back eventually. I guess we get to keep the mouse, I hope. So we could either go further west and then south, or south first. What do you think? Jonathan says, aren't we going to go back through these locations? I'm asking if we get to do another action when we re-encounter these cards. So if we went back to that location, if we went back to a location we've already went to, I guess we are allowed to do something different. Let's see, location actions. If you previously performed, no, look at this. Look at this rule. If you previously performed a location action here, even in a turn sometime before last, you cannot perform another. Choose a depart action. So even if you travel far away and then come back here, you may still never do another action at this card, this game. If another player visited here, they could, but not us. All right, the group wants to go west. All right, west it is. Just don't forget, we need to eventually bring this kid back home. But we can go west. We can go west. All right, so 740. We just go. So remember that it's a move cost 1. So we still have to roll the dice. Roll this for a move cost 1. There's no place to put this, so we're going to have to eat it, whatever it is. All right, well, we got lucky. It's a nothing here. So we got nothing here. Next time we roll dice, all of these will come off and we'll get to reuse them. So that worked out well. All right, we're going west, which is 740. So we put this card back. And we get out card 740. Now, we should remember, we should keep notes of what we did from our starting card, because we want to go back there according to the kid. We went north, then we escaped west, we went north, we escaped west, and now we've gone west again. Remember, we want to come back to this location eventually, because that's where the kid wants to come home to. All right, what's this now? Whoa, look at that. A sentient frantically shouts at the traveler, its branch-like arms gesturing at the grass of a sacred grove. Look how cool this is. So first of all, we're in a location with this mysterious traveler and another living sentient. It's wooded. And look at all those eyes in the forest. And look at this thing up far away. And it's a wooded area, which means that we can store a card here, a die here. So any die we roll, one of them can go here. Now, remember, you should also be paying attention to what these words are, because they give you hints. A sentient frantically shouts at the traveler. Branch-like arms. This is like a tree creature. And look what we can do. We can listen. We can approach them. We can try to diffuse the situation. We could gather wood, or we can dig in the ground here. I don't know why we'd want to dig. Now, we have a bunch of these tokens, so this is the skill we're best at. I think I wouldn't mind us trying to diffuse the situation, try to befriend both of them. If we listen, we could learn what's going on, though. It seems a little presumptuous of us try to diffuse a situation before we know what's going on. But I don't know that we have anything to offer. I don't really want to approach them. I don't know what we're getting into. It feels like we should diffuse. Not dig? Have you forgotten the 7 citadel roots? No, I don't. We're not digging in this people's land. For all we know, they're fighting about digging. Let's be good people and diffuse. Valley says, would us having the mouse and the kid, who's also a wood sentient, with us be able to help us get the sentient onto our side as well? It's certainly possible that when we talk to them, they'll notice that this kid is from this group. But that might also help us to diffuse it. We know for sure that, look at this. This thing can hold both a engage action die and a wood die. So we got 2 places to put if we do this action. All right, so we're going to diffuse. All right, so diffuse, we look at our orange book, card 740. I feel good about this test. Maybe what I'll do is I won't show you guys, I won't try to put on screen this first thing where it tells us the cost, and then we'll just put it on. Wow, okay, diffuse 6. That's a very expensive test. All right, so we go to here. We can't get our 6 dice, so we take all our dice back. So now we have more place to put stuff, but now we have to do a test of 6. All right, now, there is a little bit of push your luck strategy here, maybe a little more than I initially thought. So we know we're going to be able to put 2 here. This one can take any die, because anytime you do the engage test, which is what we're doing, we can put a die here. 1 die is going to go here because we're in a wood location. So these are safe no matter what we roll. If we get an hourglass, we can put it here. And that's it. This we're not going to be able to put here. This we're not going to be able to put this or this. Okay, so if we roll all these dice, surely we're going to get 1 hourglass, which we can put here. But it's clear you want to roll enough dice so that we do get 1 hourglass. But we do have these tokens. Maybe we spend 2 to reduce this cost by 2. And then we'll roll 4, and surely we'll be able to put those on these things. Okay, let's do that. I don't know why else. It feels like you might as well spend these when you got them. As long as you're guaranteed to be able to put them out. That would be the only reason to want to roll more, is if we're afraid we won't roll this, because then it's wasted. 4 dice feels like 1 out of 6. All right, let's only spend 1. Let's roll 5 just to make sure we get an hourglass. But if we get too many, we're in trouble. All right, here we go. All right, well, look at that. That's a pretty good roll. So there's our hourglass. That's why we didn't spend all our tokens. We wanted to make sure at least 1 could go there. And then 1's going to go here. And then these are no harm to us. So I think we don't put it here. Right? Because these all go here. This is the only one that would be bad because it would put back there. So we might as well put it here. Now, we could put it here or here. Probably we want to put it here. It's probably less likely that we'll be in a wooded area than it is that we'll do an engage action. A little bit of strategy there. All right, let's see what we get here. It's a big, nice big entry. You stride into the clearing, intentionally tripping over a small stick and comically falling toward the group. The sentient stops shouting and rushes over to help you to your feet. Choose 1. If you have item 1020, we do not. So we don't have it. So the sentient is shouting about an important tree that was growing here. It seems to have disappeared overnight, and it will take 100 years to grow another. They speak of the rarity of the tree's seeds and mention they are found in a cave to the southeast. So if we had found those seeds, so like we shouldn't read this. All right. But he's telling us about a cave. The sentient shouting about an important tree that was growing here. It seems to have disappeared overnight. It'll take 100 years to grow another. They speak of the rarity of the tree's seeds and mention they are found in a cave to the southeast. Gain 2 boosts and 1 move. Okay, so anytime we gain something that's not from a specific card, it goes on our character. So I'm putting 2 extra boosts on our character, which we can use for rerolls or money or whatever, and we gain 1 move token. So we can use that. All right, that was pretty fun. So do we want to make a note in our playthrough here that there's a cave southeast of 740? Well, we want to go southeast, right? Because we want to head back to this kid's house. And we visited a new location with this kid, so we've taken him on more adventure. So shall we head southeast and try to circle back, end this kid's adventure, maybe go into this tree house, this cave, and get some seeds? Seems like a reasonable thing to do. All right. Look at all those little eyes in there, in the trees. So that tree sentient tried to help us. So they seem quite friendly. All right, we're going to go southeast. Now you can't go, you can only go in the orthogonal directions. So east would bring us back the way we came to 746, which is fine. We could just go east and then south, but it costs a move to do that. So should we instead go south? We don't know the cost of it, but it feels like for the sake of adventure, we should go south. So let's go south, and remember what we do here. We get the depart book. We look up 740 south, and that's going to tell us what the cost and everything is. Hopefully it's not too expensive. 740 south is 4. Ugh, a 4 test. A 4 move. That could kill us right now. All right, but we do have some place to put a move token. A move die. We could spend these to get ourselves another one. That's just a very expensive test. Sorry. So 4 move. Ouch. Put 1 here. Why don't we spend these 2 boosts to get a move token? Well, I mean, I kind of want to do this. I want to hope we roll one of these. So maybe we'll just spend 1. We'll roll 3. All right, we're going to roll 3 dice on a move test. If we get a setback, we can put it there. Otherwise, these got to go on our board, which could kill us. All right, what happened here? Oh, this was here. All right, so this is what we rolled. This, we got lucky enough, we can put here, which gets us a boost onto this card. These we have to put out. So we put those there, and that goes down here. All right, we've moved south. So here's why it was expensive. We swam across the bay. As you swim by, raucous cheers spill out from an overgrown but not quite natural-looking island. Go to 730. So people were cheering for us when we did that. We didn't know that to the south was going to require swimming. I guess maybe as a general rule, it's hard to go backwards. We could use our boosts for rerolls. You're absolutely right. All right, we'll start spending these for rerolls. You're right, that seems more efficient. That seems much more efficient to reroll. All right, we'll do that next time. Good call, though. All right, what's this? Whoa. What the hell? Is that right? Why do I keep fearing that something is like a mistake? Like I've made a mistake. So we went south. We went south from 740. We swam across the bay. There were cheers from an overgrown island, and now go to 730, which is here. All right. What is this craziness? Look at these crazy symbols. We got a little floating island up here. The entrance to a mining operation is heavily fortified. It is almost as intimidating as the elemental to the south. We don't want to go south, and I don't think we're equipped to go in here. Heavily fortified. I mean, we could try to sneak in. The good thing if we get in is this mouse can help us steal something, but look at this steal action. Do you think we're going to be able to steal something as valuable as 15 value? You really want to try to steal something? I mean, it is our mission. We could end up getting killed, but Anna is the rational one. She says, move on or we'll die here. I think Anna's probably right. Well, it's mining operation. All right, so if we wanted to steal, you could still see how these two options would be viable for stealing. Sneaking or in, or just outright stealing. Or we could just move on. So let's, first of all, we bring this kid to a new location. Let me point something out. Valley anticipated what I was going to say right now. We could move on from here for now and come back and do one of these. We don't have to do one of these now, and we can only do one per game. But we could leave, bring this kid back to his home, and then come back here and try to do one of these. I wish I knew whether there was a level 15 thing here, but it's heavily fortified really seems to be saying that this is a dangerous place for us. I think we should try to bring this kid back to his home. And then we could come back here if you really want. All right, but what do you guys want to do? If you guys want to try to sneak in or steal, I am willing to do it, even though it's probably going to get us killed. I just wonder if we shouldn't try to bring the kid home first. Anna says, go east to the cave with the rare seeds and take the kid home. It's hard to disagree with Anna about how this is smart, and we could always come back. Going east would be the reasonable thing to do. It's also less fun. The best thing about the game is any decision might be a good decision unless it kills us. Yes, it's true. Let's try to bring this kid home before we die. All right. Lauren says, put the mouse in position. That would be sneaking before we let him go. Okay, we're going to leave here. We can come back here this game. So we're going to go, let's see, we went south. Now we're going to go east. Let's get into this cave and return this kid to home. So we're going to go east. We're not going to try to go in here yet, but we haven't done anything, so we can come back here. So east is 414. It is a move one action, though, so we have to do that first. Before we read this card, we have to do a move one. We don't have a token to move token, but we have a reroll. And do we have any place to put a depart? No, no, no. Okay, so we got to keep this unless we reroll it. Well, that's great. Okay, that can go right in here. We've departed to 414. A nice calm place, let's hope. A sentient grabs a cloud, twists it into a giant ball, and throws it far into the atmosphere. Well, that's kind of crazy. This is a different kind of sentient. What is this? What kind of creature is this? A stone creature of some sort, or it's stone in the environment. All right. Well, we've gone east. This is southeast. I don't see any cave here. But we could go east again to 720. I should be keeping track of the places that we go. Do you want to go talk to this sentient, or should we just move along and keep looking for our cave? And swindle it. I don't know why you would swindle something capable of grabbing clouds. But we could observe it and see what it's about. Where do you think our cave is? Like, we've gone south and then east. So I suppose we don't know. Like, it's not exact distances. So it's either that if we go north from here, we'll be at a place we already went, or north could bring us into this cave. It's not exactly clear. Should we try observing this thing? Valley says, I'm confused. Shouldn't we be directly to the west of our beginning location, as in the location of our east should be 715? I don't think the distances are always identical. So you can't get yourself exactly back by going northwest to and coming back. Like, you don't know how far you're moving each time. So you only have a rough idea of getting back. So yeah, our home location might be further east. Is further east, but it could be further south as well, or north. We really just don't know exactly. All right, so what are we going to do here? I think for fun, we should observe this thing and see what we can learn. So we're going to do an observe action. We haven't done an observe yet, have we? And that's what we're good at. Okay, 714, observe. Seven 14 says regions A through P. 714 says we're in J. I don't know why we care about that. Observe is a 3 cost. Observe the sentient as they manipulate other clouds. Okay, so it's a 3 cost. We don't have enough, so all the dice come back from every card, which is good. Now we've got more things to put them on. It's an observe 3. We're going to be able to put a die here, and if we get an hourglass, a die here. So we possibly be able to put two dice. One of them has to be an hourglass, and we can re-roll. All right, let's try it. All right, that's terrible. One of them we'll be able to put here no matter what, but we don't want to pay these two. Although actually a star is not the worst because our star is so high. So maybe we'd put the health here and eat these two. I wouldn't mind re-rolling one, but the best we can do is get this. So I think we'll just eat this. We eat this result and not spend our re-rolls till we really need it. All right, so 2 star. These go here, this goes here because we don't want to suffer a heart. We could re-roll, but I don't think it makes sense. All right, let's read what happens when we observe. Observe the sentient as they manipulate the clouds. There is a pattern to the sentience cloud crafting, and the result is a form of communication, a call for help. They're searching for someone important to them, someone who's been taken from them. Gain 1 engage and quest 1652. So we get an engage token and quest 1652. Let's see what quest 1652 is. Do we get a token because we put a heart die here? Yes, we absolutely do. Anytime we put a die here, we get a boost. So we get a boost, which goes on our thing here, which can be used for re-rolls or money. So that's great. We get a boost cube, yes. Okay, so Isara says that's pretty sad. It has to be horizontal. I wonder why. The horizontal cards are whenever you don't carry it, but it's something like a quest. So that's why. The vertical ones go in your possession. The horizontal ones are things like quests. Okay, let's take a look at what this quest is. A stone sentient has been taken hostage and trapped in a floating building by a rogue metal faction. That sounds like it was the mine. Like, remember what that mine looked like? There was like a floating building. Free a hostage. Have sentient 1349. If you do, read 1652. That feels like that was the mine building. Remember what that mine looked like? I wonder if now we could sneak into the mine and rescue this person. All right, so look what they can store. They can store a help act cube, and they can store a stone, an action that we do on a stone location. Free a hostage. All right, so this goes out. So we have goal quests and goals for our mission. No destinies yet. And this gets rid of our last cube here. So the chat says, take the kid home and then try to rescue the hostage, and we'll probably die trying. I think that's a good plan. I think that's a good plan. So here's where we are. So we think our home is to the east for sure, and then maybe to the south or maybe north. We don't know. But probably we should try exiting to the east and try to get home. All right, let's do it. We're going to go east, which is a move cost of 1. So we're going to take 1 die. We're going to roll it. we've got two places we could put it. We don't have to put it anywhere. We've been lucky rolling those things. Okay, we're going east, which brings us to 720. Let's see if we can find our way home. Not quite. Wow, look at this place. At the base of a mountain to the south, a half-buried skeleton is covered in moss and mud. Whew. So east and west seem to always, well, yes. East and west seem to repeat. Like we came from 714. So if we went west, we'd go back to where we came from. But how do we get to where we came? How do we get to our starting location? Where that kid was, 751. All right, so look, I want to point out some interesting things. Sorry, it says bones. You better leave quietly. This might be the Kraken eating these bones. Okay, this looks like it might be the prison, but look what this cool thing is here. It's the symbol for overpower. So, like, this prison building, I think this is where the mine might have been. Like, this might be the mine, floating prison, and that symbol, that red overpower, might be a hint that you have to, the way to get into it is to overpower it. And then I see a bunch of X's here, which you could imagine if you got a map somewhere and it had X's marked. All right, how are we going to get this kid home? He's ready to be taken home, but we have to get back to 751. Where do we think it is? West on 714 was an asterisk. So I'm sure east and west are guaranteed as reversible. You might be right. You might be right. But I know we went from 714 east to 720, and clearly 720 west goes back to 714. But you're right. The asterisks may mess things up. We have a map. We don't have a map of where we are. We have a map of where expensive artifacts are. Well, what do we want to do here? I mean, we could dig. There's bones. At the base of a mountain to the south, a half-buried skeleton is covered in moss and mud. So it looks like if we go south, we're going to be in the area where this skeleton is. I don't know if we want that. Forage and dig, those all sound the same. Although you might imagine if we forage, we could get one of these, we could grab one of these bones as a weapon. I wonder if forage would let us get a bone as a weapon. We haven't really found anything we have to fight against yet. Well, we've got places to put forage dice, so I think we should forage. Let's forage just because we can put stuff out. We can put dice on a forage space right here. So like forage is rewarded. All right, we're going to forage here, and then we'll have to decide which direction to go. Forage from 720. The forage is the take action. To forage for a bone. Okay, it's a 2 test. We can put 1 die here. In fact, we want to put 1 die here. The other one, we don't have a good place to put, although we could put an hourglass here. We have 1 token. I think we should do this and re-roll if we get something bad. and not spend our thing? No, let's spend it to only roll one. No, let's not spend it. I'm rolling 2. Okay, well, that's, whoops, that was an hourglass. All right, so this one we're not going to put out. We're going to put it here since there's no reason to. We could put this because it's an hourglass, but if we put this, we get an extra cube here because it's a take action. I'm inclined to do this instead, which gets us another boost, which the mouse will help us steal if we get inside somewhere. Okay, let's read what happens when we forage for a bone. Forage for a great bone. You take a beautiful piece of ivory from the skeleton. Gain item 1186. So just what we hoped. We got a bone to help us. 1186. Look at that. So it's a value 1 item. It's bone and sinew. So it's a new, it can hold a die, but look what it has. It has an action on it. We can craft a more advanced item. We can turn it into a bauble or a fishing lure. That's pretty cool. Okay, so this is an item. It would go into our 3x3 grid somewhere. I'm going to put it right there. Okay, so there's our new item, which we can upgrade by doing a help action and craft it into something better. So if you find a place to fish, we should do this. Right now, we have no place to fish. And a bauble, I'm not sure why. Maybe we would trade that to someone. All right, it's time to move along now. Keep your eye open for this symbol, too. All right, how do we get back home? We want to bring this kid back to his home. How are we going to do that? Which direction? We went north, then we went west, then we went south, east. So surely we want to go east again. No, not. We should be home. Should be south as our home. We definitely don't want to go north. But either we want to go further east or we want to go south to get back home. But south is where the skeleton is. That seems very dangerous. But it says base of the mountain to the south. That is actually where we want to go. We did climb straight up the mountain, right? So maybe south is where we want to go. Remember, we climbed up that mountain? We chose to go north, and it said you climbed up the mountain. So I think maybe we got to go south. I'm just a little scared about this skeleton, but we do have a bone to fight with if we need to. All right, we're going to go south. Let's do it. South from 720 using the Depart book. Should we take a break first? It's been 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll go to the skeleton buried in mud. 8 minutes. Well, we're in the middle of playing our first game of Vantage. I guess I'd have to admit I'm pretty impressed by the game experience. I'm sure we'll have lots to talk about when we finish, but let's focus on the game for now. We're trying to get back home. I'm thinking we go south. We're at the base of the mountain to the south. That's where we went up the mountain. So it feels like we should probably go south, if any, unless there's an objection to that. I don't love the idea about the half-buried skeleton, but feels like that's the way we're going to do this. So we're going south with the depart action. Let's see what the test looks like. 720 south. All right, well, I'm going to read you what it said, but I'm not too thrilled about it. It says 720 south is a climb south to a mountain peak above the clouds. It's a climb test of 6. So somehow we have to go over the mountain again. It feels like going south is always horrible. But I guess we've circled back, but we haven't gone over the mountain yet. All right, well, there's one good piece of news for us. There aren't 6 dice. So we get all our dice back off the cards. I mean, I guess that's good. There was plenty of places we could have gone. All right, now we've got 6. I'm actually curious if the rules, if we should have spent stuff first. We don't have any tokens to spend to reduce the cost of a move action. We've got only, we can place a card here, a die here, a die here. That's it. So 4 dice are going to go out unless we spend cubes to reduce that. I feel like we're in a bit of trouble here in terms of dying, trying to go over this mountain. I think we're going to have to spend one of these, one pair of these, for a move token, just to throw this out to roll one less die. But it feels like we're probably going to die here, to me. Let's see. I don't like how we're climbing up this mountain that we didn't want to climb up. I don't like how some of these things don't seem to give you much. Like in real life, you'd look, you'd say, we're going over the mountain, but this, we don't know. All right, so here we go. Well, you couldn't ask for too much better than that. These three go there. This goes here. This one, unfortunately, we have no place to put it. And we don't want it to go to 0. I think we use this to re-roll. So we're going to spend a boost to re-roll this one. We're hoping to get a star, a blank, or this, which we can put up there. Okay, so we got a setback, which is allowed to go there. And in fact, when it does, we get another boost cube here. This map actually has been quite useful to us because we can turn 2 into a move. All right, so we survived it. We climbed up that mountain. Hopefully, we're going to get back to our starting place at least. Climb south to a mountain peak above the clouds. The climb along the bare rock face through strata of clouds is exhausting. Go to 719 and gain 1 morale. So we gain a morale and go to 719. Wow, look at this. We're up. It's like Mount Everest. This is what Everest looks like. Somehow when we went north, we climbed right over the mountain. And now we've gone south. We've decided to stop at the peak. How do we get home? An abandoned stone hostel has withstood the elements near the peak of a mountain. We're not even up the peak. We could climb the peak. We could search for some bodies. One thing that's weird is like we went south. It said there's a skeleton buried in the mud. We went south and what happened to the skeleton? What happened to the skeleton? Look at our things weaponized. What do you think we turn into a weapon? These ropes? A stone hostel, like access, I guess we'd go inside the hostel. We can shout, we can search, we can climb. All right, I don't think we have the health to climb. So I guess south was, it said there was a skeleton to the south, but I guess if we wanted to interact with that skeleton, we should have tried to dig it out. But we got a bone instead. All right. I don't think we have the health to climb up this. But we could go inside this hostel. Like, I'm curious what's inside this. Is this like a room we can go inside? Or we could just move along. We do have a token for access, though. What is a hostel? Asks Isara. A hostel is usually like a place where people can stay. Like there's very common to find youth hostels, which are like very cheap motels for travelers, for young travelers. Usually you stay in a big room with lots of people. Yes, we have to get home with this kid, but I think we should access this hostel. I'm very curious what it is. We should either search it or access it. Now, we're kind of good at both of these. Both of these, we have a place to put a die. So what you, the audience, make a choice. Do you want to search this place or access it? So here's, I think searching up at the top of Mount Everest is dangerous, but we could access this to try to get our health back, I think. So I think we do the access action. Maybe we can get some food or something. So 719 access, let's see what it says. 719 access is a 3 test. That's 3 tests is a lot, but we have 1 token. We have a place we can put any token. Hey, look at this. I didn't even notice this. This is a die specifically for access. Hey, our mouse, this is like what he's good at. So we're going to be able to put 2 dice right here. So I think we roll 3 and we try to get at least 1 of these that we don't have to pay for. All right, let's roll our 3. There we go. So the mouse can eat this one. And he gives us a money. That mouse went into the hostel, got himself a boost and a money, and he also let us do it very quickly, so we don't have to pay for that. That could not have gone better. Good work, little mouse. All right, so that was a great result. Let's see what's inside this hostel. You push aside some rubble to find a long-forgotten entrance to the hostel. Go to interior 013. This mouse, this is like what this mouse was born for. He's good at the interior, and there he is, 013. So now we're someplace very different. 013, all right. We're inside someplace. Look at this. A stone hostel appears well used by hikers and backpackers. And look, here's something new. These locations, exit, search, sink, relax, steal, and raid, are in specific places. So look, you can rob someone of their sleeping bag. We can exit. I don't know why the exit is over here. I guess through this door here. We can steal. I can't see what we're stealing here. It's kind of weird. I don't really understand I get this one is raid, but why is steal over here? And why is exit over here? And what does sink mean? The mouse has something to steal. Yes, he does. Jonathan says, maybe look at the rules to make sure this isn't different with the icons on the cards. The rules say usually they're on the right, which they are. Doesn't seem too weird, huh? Like there's a red, a blue, like there's some papers here I'd like to look at, but it's weird that this is weird. Like, why are these scattered out here? I don't get it. So let's look, though, at our mouse and what he does. It says reduce the cost of an interior location's take action to 0. In other words, if we choose to steal, it's free. Like whatever that cost is for stealing, we're not going to have to do the test. We just spend a boost and tell the mouse to fetch it. That makes that a very appealing action. I think we got to do it. I don't want to steal from these people, but Anna says we could relax to get our health back. I feel like the mouse, like he knows this place. I feel like we got to let the mouse do his thing. Rudiger says, I can imagine that for the sync action, you might need some gear. Let's take the free steal. I feel like we should take the free steal. All right, let's do it. We might get some people angry at us, but we're not going to raid them. We're not going to hurt anyone. We're just going to do some stealing. All right, 13. Take action. The take action. It's a 2 cost. We're just going to spend this instead of doing that. Reduce the cost of an interior location's take action to 0. Okay, so we're spending one of those to let the mouse do all the stealing. Steal the most beautiful item from the hostel. The nicely crafted flint catches your eye. Gain item 1126, then exit to 719. 1126. So we stole some flint. I have to read that again. 1128. I need my glasses for this game. All right, look what we got. Look what the mouse got. The mouse got some flint for starting fires. Let's see. If we do a burn action, we could put a dice there for a cube. If we do the overpower, we can put a time. We can do the burn action. We've got 3 cubes that we can turn into help, or we can craft fire arrows or explosive. Notice the burn action is on this card. So if we wanted to, we could just do a burn action and start a fire. And then we would read the story entry for 1128 for burn. Maybe that should be done where there's wood or something. That could just get us our health or something. All right, let's put this in our supply. Doesn't do that much for us currently. But we might want to just start a fire just to see what happens. I feel like that mouse deserves a little reward. Okay, and then it says we should exit immediately to 719. So as soon as we do that, we now auto exit. And we exit right back where we came from. So now we got to decide where to go. Unless we want to start a fire, we can't do any of these. All right, where do we want to go? We're certainly not going north. We're either going south or east. Feels like south to 323. That feels like a totally different area. I think we should go east. 725. Boy, that mouse did good. Mouse got us flint. We could start a fire here too. I don't know that it's the right place to start a fire. Could we also move within the interior space? No. Sorry, I didn't show you, but the rule book said after you chose steal that you leave. So basically, you're only allowed to do one thing in these interiors. It's keeping with this whole design of this game that it only wants you to do one thing in each area, and then it kicks you off. And it says go east to 725. Okay, we're going to do it. That's a move 1 test. So I'm going to roll this die. We don't have any place to put it, though. And we don't have much of a reroll. A little scary. Well, let's see what else we can do. Okay. So it's a morale. Okay. All right, 725. A sign is posted near a simple symbol, a gray dot painted on a clump of earth. We are lost. We are lost. We do not know how to get home. However, maybe this signpost will tell us. Follow, translate, ask, build, gather, or trap. A sign is posted near a simple symbol, a gray dot painted on a clump of earth. We could try to translate those words or what the symbol means. I feel like maybe our home is south, but we know it's not 324. What do you think? Shall we translate? Valley says, no, I meant there was a compass. So we could have used the compass instead of stealing, I see. Well, maybe we should have thought about that, but we couldn't pass up the mouse. Too late now. All right, well, I think maybe we translate. We've got a token for translate, and we're good at this, so let's translate. I'm not sure what we're translating, but we're going to try to translate card 725. Translate the sign. It's a 4 test. All right, so we can't draw all our dice, so they all come back. Now we have a 4 test. All right, let's surely spend one of these so that we've got only 3 to do. We can put 1 here. If we roll a time, we can put it here. That's it. So probably we're going to die. Any moment we're going to die. Our adventure is going to be over. I shouldn't say die. Yeah, that's going to be trouble for us. So we could try to re-roll one, but only a star. I guess we should probably re-roll. Let's put 1 here. Let's put 1 here, which gets us a boost. And now let's spend a boost to re-roll this one because we don't want our heart to go to 0. Morale. All right, I guess we'll take it. We're almost dead. No other place we can put that, right? No. All right, so we translated. Translating 725. Let's see what we got here. The sign reads that this is the start of the 9-station path. Gain 1 boost, 1 move, and quest 1673. Start of the 9-station path. I guess we gotta start making notes for this game. 725. Start of 9-station path. So I wonder if the 1 dot is for station 1. All right, we gain a boost, which goes onto our character card, and 1671 move and 1673. Okay, 1673. which is another quest, which I guess is going to be to complete this. Okay, here's the new quest. If you're seeking direction on this journey, you can travel north to find these numbers, ending on the final number. Follow the 9-station path. Whenever you identify one of these symbols on a location, cover it here with a token. When you find the rightmost symbol, read 1673 in the Book of Secrets. So it has to be on a location. That's where we're looking for this one. And I guess you got to follow this path to get you to that one. All right, well, we're never doing this, but I like how just having this lets us put a die on here. This kid got more adventure than they bargained for. We did some crazy stuff translating this lethal. I think he's regretting coming with us. I feel we passed one of those at the base with the skeleton. Yeah, we might have, but now we've got to move along. All right, where are we going? I guess we should go south because I don't like these open-ended movements. They're too dangerous. Let's go south to 324. So we have to do a one move, which we can maybe put someplace. That's a star. Unfortunately, yes, we'll put the star right there. That translation that we just got, perfect. Okay, we're going south to 324, which might mean we're lost fully. Let's see. Our adventure is almost over. It'd be nice to get this kid home before it ended, though. Wow, we don't know where we are. How was it so hard to get back to where we came from? An ethereal animal stumbles toward you, braying in pain. Its companion seems unwilling or unable to help. What the hell? Look at that little glowing moose. And it looks like he might be powered by electricity. Well, we have very little ability to stay alive. However, we have 2 of these symbols. And we have a place to put, so we could try to catch it or coax it. We're pretty good at coaxing. We're reasonably good at healing too. So what do you think? Can we heal this creature? Or is coaxing it? Or we could climb up this tower. Maybe if we climbed up this tower, we could turn off. All right, what do we want to do? I mean, we could just leave here. Probably we want to go east eventually, but surely we should try to help this creature, don't you think? The question is heal the right thing to do to try to heal this creature? Or is coax the right thing to do to heal this creature? Or relieve? I guess that's to relieve its pain, but the relieve is the overpower. I feel like relieve means we're going to kill it to put it out of its misery. I don't really want to do that one. Relieve is very fishy sounding, like we're going to kill it to put it out of its misery. Heal? I guess we're pretty good at heal too. I mean, we've got a place to put a heal thing, but we have no tokens for heal. All right, what's it gonna be? I feel like we've never done the heal action. We've never done the heal action. We've got a place to put one die. Boy, I think we might end up dying here, though. Catch it, coax it. All right, let's try to heal it. What the hell? If we die trying to heal someone, that's not the worst way to die. 324. We're doing the heal action. Here we go, because no one has got a better idea. I'd rather find our way home, but I'm afraid we're not going to be able to find our way home. 324 is a heal 6. A heal 6. There is no way for us to survive this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the worst. All right, here we go. Well, getting these to 0 might not kill us, but we're certainly going to get to 0. So let's see what we can do here. Wow. All right. Well, it's about as bad as it can get. All right, this one can get put here. And we can put one here. Let's put a heart here. These, it's gonna drive us to 0 for both of these. We could re-roll 2 of them though and try to get, but I'm not sure how that helps us. All right, let's just leave these as they are. We're on this ethereal, but we don't have anything for ethereal. Okay, so health goes to 0 and morale goes to 0, but would go further. When any token reaches 0, read the mission's entry in the Take storybook. Okay, so this was our mission, the robbery. So now we're going to go to the Take storybook. Now, I think we need to read the rule about should we first complete this action. All right, let's see here. Suffer penalties. These losses are applied simultaneously. If any of these stats ever reduce to 0, read the mission's entry in the storybook. So I guess we would do this before the result. All right, so let's read. I'm not sure why we're supposed to read it in the Take storybook, but we're going to now read this 1597. Let's see what happens when we ran out of time. You travel to this planet for one last heist. It says. You travel to this planet for one last heist. But you're exhausted. Choose one. If you completed Destiny, no. If you completed the mission, no. I thought this was our mission. If you completed the mission. Hold on. Let me just pause this for a second. This was our mission. Maybe you would read this. No. Okay, we didn't complete a mission. We didn't complete this. If you feel you had a fair shot at this incomplete mission and it's time to move on, end the game. Taking the knowledge you've gained on further. If you feel your untimely demise happened far too soon, you may rally to take one final chance. Refresh all challenge dice, roll them, gain the time, morale, and health results. If any player's stat remains at 0, the game ends. Otherwise, continue playing. Does it sound like we could do that over and over again? Like, could you do it every time you die? Every time you're exhausted, could you do this re-roll and keep trying to keep going? Okay, but if any player's stat returns 0. So it's a little unclear to me now whether we should bring these to below 0, because we still had these two that we hadn't yet done. So these got done. Then we hit 0. But we still had these to do. A little unclear. Can't tell if it wants me to pause these and do them after this. All right, so we're rolling this and gaining everything from it. That's a little confusing. Not sure why that wouldn't be clearer if that's something that's going to come up a lot. Refresh all challenge dice, roll them, and gain that stuff. All right, well, let's just see what happens. These do nothing. 3 morale, 1 health, 1 time. So that's pretty terrible for us. I wonder if we shouldn't use our rerolls here. I'm going to use both of these rerolls to try to get us some more stuff. All right. So 2 health, 4 morale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 time. Now, where do these go? It doesn't say. All right, so we can keep playing if we wanted to with these new health stats. Next time we die, although it doesn't really say that. And I'm not sure whether the things we didn't eat up should continue going. I really wish it had covered that rule. That seems like a real oversight. It's not clear if we owe now a health and a time. I guess it depends whether we want to end the game now. We've been playing for 3.5 hours, or to keep going. Let's finish reading the heal, though. I guess we've healed it. The creature waits patiently as you examine it for signs of injury. And it isn't long before you find a metal shard wedged deep in its leg. You remove it and bandage the wound. Gain animal 822. So we've made a friend of a new animal. Whoa, look at this creature that just joined our troop. A wild animal, a Gaia elk. The animal's now loyal to you. Oh, if we spend 2 boosts, he's loyal to us. Right now, it's just an animal, but we can put that die on there to add a boost. So taking this action now is good for us because we can make this guy loyal to us the more we do with him. All right. Well, I feel like we want to keep going to try to get home, but we could call it a day too. Okay. Sounds like you could do this once. Next time you die, it's not clear. It does say one final chance. Jonathan says, I'm neutral. I'm fine with ending now. Only thing is, might want to look at the map in detail to see if we can orient ourselves at all. I don't think there's any map we can look at. Let's try to, maybe we could just walk around and try to get ourselves back to our home. All right, let's keep playing for a little bit. Let me see if I can get us back home. Let's go east to 408. That's a movement of 1. I'm going to go ahead and roll this. That's a movement 1, goes right there. Perfect. And we're going to 408. It'd be nice to get this kid back to his home. I don't see any sign of where his home is. This is weird. We're now off at the sea. Carved into the cove is a building with narrow windows and a nondescript entrance. It seems like a difficult place to breach and a safe place to hide. Going north feels like swimming the ocean. Surely that's not what we want. I'll tell you what, let's do. We're ready to... Don't we have boost cubes to look at the map in the other book? It's the look at the book of Vantages. Well, you're right. Okay, Jonathan wants to look at that map, and then I think we're just going to go back and try to get home. All right, let's put this aside. Let's do what Jonathan says. We can spend a cube to look at page 21 of the Book of Vantages. All right, maybe this is an overview. Let's see. Book 21. Okay, so as I suspected, this isn't a map of the world. It's just a map of artifacts. Well, we don't know. Maybe this is the entire world. Okay, maybe this is the entire world, including each region. So we were told we were in, I think we were told we were in J sometimes while we were walking around. Is that right? Where was the region? Some of our things that we read did tell us what region we were in. I'm going to look up. Well, maybe not. So if we could remember what region we were in, or maybe we can see. So I guess I may have been wrong. This is the map of the entire world. This is the map of the entire world. And depending on what region you are, this is showing where the artifacts are in each region of the world. So if we were in J, where is our mountain? Oh, look, is that no, where was the top mountain that we were on? Where is that high mountain we were on? So when we came out, the Kraken was behind us. Then we went north up some huge mountain. Where is that? Were we at N? We've got some big ocean in front of us. So one thing we may be misunderstanding is like when we turn around, are we facing not north, but facing... Like, I wonder if the problem we got into was that this rotates as we travel. I don't know why it's so hard to find where we are. Maybe we need to rethink about this. There's a lot of water. Went over some... There was water behind us when we started. And we went over some mountain. Were we really in J? That nice building, man. There was forests to the left and the right of us when we went north up the mountain. Is this the whole world? I mean, I think we may be all within one area, so I'm not sure this helps us that much, but we've made it to the sea to our... I mean, I don't even know. I can't tell what direction we're facing. It feels like that's north, so north is now ocean. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's just try to move. Let's explore. Until we die, let's move. So I don't want to descend to the water. I think we should go south. So we're going to go south from 408. We're not going to worry too much about dying. We're just going to try to situate ourselves. 408 south is a 3 hike along the shoreline. So it's a navigate of 3. Let's spend one of our tokens to make it a navigate of 2. We've got this and a heart. Do we have any place to put a navigate on? No. So we got to eat that heart. Okay. So when we departed to the south from 408, it says hike south along the shoreline. You admire the rocky but scenic shoreline as you push through the shallow water. Somehow we're in shallow water. We're walking. Okay. You cannot get home. We're just going in circles. The nearby tower flashes red and pink. I'm just going to keep moving. We're going to go west to 319. I'm going to roll this die. That's a nothing. We're just using this opportunity to move a little bit, to explore the world and see if we can't go in circles till we find our home. Animal in front of you would blend into the surroundings were it not for the gold symbols. It's rapidly etching into the rock. Some crazy creature. There are towers on the map. All right, we're not allowed to look at the map again unless we pay another cube, but I'll go ahead and pay this cube. All right, let's see. We see a bunch of towers. Where are those towers? Here, and here, and here, and here, and here. There are towers everywhere. I wish I understood what the north-south nonsense is. So we've got trees and mountains and towers. And we've just come from the east. We went west, if those directions make sense, which I'm not sure they do. So there's some shallow water. I mean, there's towers everywhere. Not everywhere. There's towers here. There's towers here. There's towers here. You think we're here, maybe? Anna says north of in N. You think we're here, huh? Where do you think we are in N? Anna thinks we're at the border of J and N. Are we looking this way, though? How could we at the B? You think we're here? Looking this way? We don't even know where our home is, either. I find this a little bit frustrating. I mean, more than a little bit frustrating. I'm just going to keep moving because I don't understand I don't know how to get our bearings. I feel like this north, south, west stuff is, well, okay, maybe this is part of the point of it, but all right, I'm just going to, I guess, go west again. Okay, that's a heart. We have no place to put it. Okay, so we're dead. I'm just going to say we're dead. I don't know if we can do that test again. It's not clear. Maybe we can get those instructions later. We're just going to die. We're just dead from our exhaustion. So I guess let's read the rule. I think it basically just said your game is over, but we would just look up 1597 now that our hearts have hit 0. And we've had a fair shot in the game, taking the knowledge you've used with you on future quests. All right, so just to recap, nothing continues over. All of this gets wiped out. This was just our little adventure. We don't have any place to put that. Yeah, okay, so that's it. That's our little adventure. Why don't we take a little 3-minute break, and then we'll actually it's 52 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break, then we're going to come back and talk about the experience. I feel like this ended on a bit of a painful note, but let's take a break, 5 minutes, clear our heads, reset, come back, talk about the experience. I'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, we're back. We've been playing for 3.5 hours or so. First game of Vantage. I came into it very skeptical, and I'm ending this first game a bit torn. I'm curious to see what the chat thinks. And it says, this first play was pretty random. It gets better over time. Obviously, maybe on the 10th try, we actually achieve something. Jonathan says, it's been a while since I've played it, but this reminds me of Tales of Arabian Nights, which has a new edition out, and a follow-up, Tales of Arthurian Nights as well. Mechanics with the dice seem to be helping to make it feel more strategic. The games seem fun as long as you go in expecting a sort of random experience. Maybe we can skim back through the stream, see if we can work out traversal better. I regret not seeing if we could take a job at the Rich Vacation Village. Rudiger says, I've seen another playthrough which seems similarly frustrating. It's hard to focus on any mission because there's distractions everywhere and you can't really plan forward. Things keep on happening. Feels like it's more about just doing what interests you. Get a summer job, shout from the top of the mountain. Valley says, I'm especially interested in how this play if you play with more people, 5 or 6. I think that's a disaster, trying to play with 6 people. That's just waiting for someone else to take their turn. I wish they gave clearer directions about where we are. Wow, this is a tricky one. Well, let's start with some, let me put this card away here. So I have some thoughts. Let me see if I can't put them into some cohesive form. I suppose the first thing to say is that I worried that the short little story paragraphs were going to feel very unsatisfying. I think that's not the case. I think the combination of those large pieces of art and the very thematic action choices and the fact that this feels, I guess the biggest reason why it wasn't unsatisfying in the way I thought it might be with those short snippets of text is that unlike something like Ryan Lockett's Above and Below, it definitely feels like it's a living, breathing world where you're getting one paragraph now, and then if you follow up on the mission, you'd get more information. And it feels like, if you went back into that hostel, you might learn more about something. If we take care of this mouse, maybe something more. If we took care of that creature, something more. So it does definitely feel like you're getting little snippets of text, just a short half paragraph, but that there's more text to read over time. I do think there's a little bit of a dilemma here regarding solo and multiple player. It feels like this is multiplayer solitaire, so if you have played with multiple people, I feel like it would just be annoying with two people doing their own thing, having this interweaving story, and the game rules are if anyone dies, runs out, and gets exhausted, the game is over. That does not sound fun. More than two players sounds downright painful. On the other hand, as a solo player, it's a little uncomfortable to have to open the storybook, read the cost, and then you're not supposed to read the rest. Then you roll the dice, then you go back and read the consequences. That's a little annoying. It would be better if the costs were always on the card. Then you could just make the choice, do the cost, and then read the result. If they use an app, you could solve that too. So maybe a two-player game, two players might be an ideal thing. You'd go back and forth, one person reading, but it is a little awkward. Does feel like a solo game, but it's a little awkward to have to turn to the page, read the cost, then put the book aside, do the test, and then get the book out and reread that paragraph that you're not supposed to look at what the consequences are. How the good part here is, first of all, the art is gorgeous. The full color, large, oversized location cards combined with these very stylized white background object cards and missions is a beautiful choice of design. Like, this was absolutely the right thing to do. You've got this sort of graphic novel comic art style on these cards, which makes it very easy to see what's going on. And then the much more impressionistic location cards. Love it. Love the dual style here. And these objects are fun. And I think I have to eat my words a little bit with the dice placing mechanic. I'm still not convinced it works very well. And it feels like a little too luck-based and a little too, like, this card, this rescuing someone gives you a place to put a help die and a place to put a stone die. Like, I'm not sure this mission, this goal quest gives you a place to put a morale star. I'm not sure. This is something we commonly see in these games. Like, here's the theme and flavor, and then here's what it actually is useful for. It feels a bit arbitrary, but on the other hand, it is fun to get these places to put dice and these boost actions. It's actually kind of mechanically enjoyable. How much strategy is there? Like, it feels like not that much strategy. It's more like maybe this mechanic needs a name, and the name is sort of how much cognitive load can you keep track of what to do? Sort of like what's happening is, as you get more cards, the tests, the challenge is to remember to use all the things that you can use. Like, might you forget that you're in a place with stones so you can put a die here? That's a weird kind of intellectual challenge, where the challenge is, can you keep track of everything so you use it? But there's a little bit of push your luck. You're like, well, we can put one of these here, so I need to roll enough dice so that I roll one of those, and when should I use the boosts? This is actually a more clever than it looked at first, that most of these boosts seem to have multiple uses. So you're like, should we use the boost for this or for this? Should we use the boost for this or should we use it for this? That's very smart. But much of them are just for fun. It's like, okay, if you happen to get an access, that's fun to be able to put a die here. Most of the time you won't be able to do that. So these are fun. These sort of capture the best moments of 7th Citadel, 7th Continent, where you get a card that's very rarely going to be of use, but boy is it fun when it is. This whole thing with the skill tokens, I'm not sure I buy this. This feels like just busy work that's silly. In fact, in a way, it feels like it's a little bit of against the spirit of the game. Similar for these places. It's like, look, you get this card that says you could do this one action that you want to do because it's more intriguing or it's for your mission, but you don't have the tokens that help you with it. So this is kind of like forcing you to do things you don't really want to do because you're better at them. That's a weird choice. And strategically using these feels like is there a real strategic decision about this? Doesn't feel like it. Like if you're taking an action for these guys that says roll 4 dice, what's the decision you're making? You've got 2 of these, so you spend them almost always. Unless you're trying to push your luck a little bit because you've got a place to put a certain die face, so maybe you want to roll enough of those die face so that you roll one of those, but the luck involved there, it doesn't quite work. But you know what? The problem is that it's very hard to make it work. Like, I'm not sure how much better you can do at this. It's very hard to put strategic gameplay mechanics in such an exploration adventure heavy game. I'm not sure you can do much better. But I'd say I think that this whole mechanic of these skill tokens, I guess it's more of an adventure-y thing. It's not much of a strategic decision. It's more like you can sort of anticipate when you do certain actions what you're going to get from it. So maybe just not my favorite part of it. So the actual adventure exploration and the fun of exploring this big giant world with strange things to discover, I think was better than I thought. However, I do think that the non-campaign nature of it is a real double-edged sword. I can absolutely see how some groups, like you could bring this to your family, a small child or whatever, and be like, hey, you want to play this game? Just sit there and have a very cool adventure and find all this stuff that you never use. That's a very fun thing, but it's also quite frustrating to imagine that we're going to play again. We're not going to have this mouth. We're not going to have the flint. We're not going to have any of this stuff. And in fact, if we come back, we're not going to want to do the same things again, so we're never going to get this stuff again. That's a very weird thing, and it feels like the games are meant to be short enough that it's going to be very hard to justify going for a quest or trying to do this. Like, even if, imagine we played this again, and imagine we got the same starting place and got this guy again. Like, are we really going to want to spend another 3 hours doing this again for the chance that the ending paragraph, the ending very short story paragraph is worth it? Or are we just going to be like, let's never do this again? Like, we didn't achieve it, but it's so hard to recreate it that maybe we don't even want to do it again. I think that's one of the downsides to such short paragraphs, is like it doesn't feel like any given quest is momentous enough, is interesting enough to want to go do it again. And when we played 7th Citadel, we started on an easier mode. I think maybe this group, maybe if we played it again, we would put ourselves like maxed out and try to have a longer game. I just feel like I'd be more interested in being able to focus on missions and goals until you got it achieved. This idea of ending this game and then starting over again is not that appealing to me without having achieved anything. The other part that feels super frustrating was navigating. The fact that we basically walked 3 steps and just tried to get back, and we're just completely lost. But maybe that's something that we would get better at navigating. I feel like maybe there's some house rules that could be useful in this game to help navigating. Like, I did not enjoy the feeling of being lost, going in circles. We regularly looked at a card and we were like, okay, the mountain's this way, let's go this way. And it's like, you went on the mountain. And it was like, did we read the wrong thing? No, it's just that these cards were so ambiguous about where you were going. That was pretty frustrating. I think that was not enjoyable. But maybe it would get better if you kept playing. Maybe you'd learn to navigate better. What do you think? There was a randomization aspect to picking the overall mission and the starting location. I feel like maybe if we played this as a group, I would be more like, you could see how much content is in this box though. Wow. The amount of stories and quests and missions is just huge. 800 location cards, 800 locations, another 600 of these items and stuff. Like, wow, the amount of variety in this box is insane. I think if we played this again, if I played this again, I'd be more inclined to make a house rule that we are allowed to look at a map of the world. Like one of these maps in this Vantage book may be a generic map. Okay, so I can see that we got access to this map of artifacts that we weren't supposed to look at without paying for it. But I can see I was a little bit wrong in that there's alternate maps here and they're all the same map, but with different pins. So clearly this is the entire world. Now that's actually a very good thing. So it feels like I would be inclined to print out a copy of this whole map without the pins and keep track where we go. And try to get a better feel and make notes here. And keep notes about what's where. I think if we could crack the problem of keeping track where we're going and navigating so that we could more easily at least get back to a place we wanted to go, that would solve a big chunk of the problem. And then I think I'd be inclined to start out each game on a much easier mode. I think it would mean that we'd have much longer sessions. You might expect a 5-hour session. But expect that on any given game, there would be a good chance that we'd be able to solve a given goal or mission. So maybe play on an easy mode. Start out at full 6s for everything. Maybe even start out with some more tokens. I think if every mission had a good chance of being able to accomplish a goal, especially as you played and learned more about the world, and if we had an easier time re-navigating, I think the enjoyment here might be higher. I feel like the main points of pain for me here was the idea of having to redo it all and feeling lost and not knowing how to navigate. I think if you solve the navigation thing, basically, and you gave yourself enough time that it didn't feel like all that effort was wasted, and we took better notes, I think this could be really good. But I'm pretty impressed by the design. And most importantly, the big take-home message here really was that exploring this world was cool. The idea that there was someone trapped in that mine prison that we could try to rescue, pretty cool. All right. Any final thoughts from the chat? I do appreciate you sharing your thoughts with me. I would say definitely much better than I thought. Much better than I thought, and probably, though, for me, some house rules to make each playthrough a longer experience. Do you think, Anna's leaving, we will be playing Anna's case on Sunday, Anna's New York Noir case. John says, not sure about the traversal. I think I might skim back through the stream, see if there was a logic we missed. There's a little bit of confusion about, I'll tell you what, there is a real confusion about the north, south, west, east. Like, it refers to north, south, west, east, but then it says you're always showing what you're looking at. So it's not clear. Like, if you go south, are you rotating and now your view of north, like, is your view of north always where you're pointing? I think we need to figure that out. Do you think you'll play another game on the channel sometime? You mean another game of Vantage? Isar says, I like this game. I only wish we could explore each place more. Well, that's the other weird thing. That deserves talking about. That choice of only letting you do one of the 6 actions on each card, location card, per game, that's really a very, very interesting idea. It completely changes the approach to the game. It's actually, there are quite a few games that use this mechanic of only letting you do one type of action at each place. But I've seen it more on strategy games or like tactical games. You can only fight or move on a turn, etc. But this decision that every card you can only do one of those 6 actions per game, it completely warps the experience. But in good and bad ways. Like, you really can't, it really forces you to experience this world over multiple sessions. Everything in this game seems designed to force you to only look at little snippets, little excerpts of the game over many, many sessions. This game wants you to have many random sessions where you only see a couple things. And I think that makes for a good snack type experience, but it's a little unsatisfying in terms of like a full adventure. Like, it feels like you might be breaking the ability to solve these quests. Like, if you do the different action than the quest wants, you're never gonna go back. You can't fix that. It's a very weird, I'm not so sure how I feel about it, but it's actually a brilliant idea, experimental idea. And it's not terrible. But I do think it means if you want to have the most successful total long-term experience, it does feel like you're going to have to take some notes. And maybe that we'd have to, I wonder if you don't have to take notes of like every card, what you did in the past and what happened, so that when you go back, you could do it again if you want to get a certain quest. Neutral, like I said, it reminds me of sort of high randomness games, Tales of Arabian Nights or Talisman. I don't mind them, but I guess I also try not to take them super seriously. I would play more of this. I absolutely would play more of this. Now, what kind of house rules I'd want to play, like, I wonder if it wouldn't be more satisfying to come back and say, we're going to replay this mission again. But maybe not right away. Maybe you let the random setup take you where it wants, and then this feels like a game that would be very ripe for house rules. And I might be inclined to say, like, keep notes and then let yourself pick a mission when you think you're ready to solve it. All right, well, I think we'll be playing some more Vantage, but doesn't sound like Jonathan loves it. On the other hand, this is a game, unlike some of the campaign games, that you could just pick up and play without having to play all in a row before you forget stuff. All right, well, I liked it. I liked it more than I thought. It's not perfect. There are parts about it that I don't like, and I'm not sure how it would hold up over time, but boy, is it ambitious and impressive and better than I thought. And I am curious to play more. All right, well, thank you for joining me. If you watch this after the fact, or if you've gone to sleep in the middle of playing, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I really do want to hear your thoughts about this game. I can see a group playing this over and over and over again. I'm skeptical of playing this with larger groups, though, but I can see how a two-player game might be nice, might be the sweet spot. All right. Thank you for joining me. On Sunday, Dear Holmes at 1 p.m. and then Anna's Case at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Let me know if you particularly enjoyed this and want to play more of this with me. Stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. Let me know what days of the week might work. I'm not sure we need to schedule this regularly, like once a week or so. Maybe we'll just break this out when we feel like we're in the mood for it. I think I'm likely to want to play some house rules with this. We did get a nice mouse. We saved some creatures and we died trying to help others. That's not bad for one night's work. I'll see you next time.